Hey, welcome back. Tonight's story is another real, true crime case, told calmly and without rush, so you can just listen and let your thoughts slow down. I really appreciate you being here. If you're comfortable, tell me where you're listening from. It's always nice seeing how far this little night routine reaches. And if these episodes have become part of your evenings, subscribing helps keep them coming. This is episode 123. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about a case that unfolded in the quiet suburbs of Suffolk County, New York, along the stretch of coastline known as Long Island South Shore, where narrow parkways run past marshland and ocean beaches, and where, for years, commuters drove the same roads without realizing that just beyond the tall beach grass lay one of the most disturbing crime scenes in recent American history. The case became known as the Gilgo Beach murders. For more than a decade, women disappeared from the New York metropolitan area. Many of them were young. Several worked as escorts and advertised services online. They lived complicated lives, often balancing financial hardship, family responsibilities, and private struggles. When they vanished, their disappearances did not immediately generate the kind of large-scale searches that missing persons cases sometimes receive. In several instances, investigations were slow, fragmented, or limited by jurisdictional boundaries. The first major break came in May 2010. A young woman named Shannon Gilbert disappeared after visiting a gated community in Oak Beach, near Gilgo Beach. She had traveled there to meet a client. At some point during the night, she made a frantic 911 call that lasted more than 20 minutes. In that call, she told the operator that someone was trying to kill her. The exact details of the call were never fully released to the public, but it was clear she was frightened and disoriented. After the call ended, she vanished into the darkness of the marshland. Police began searching for Shannon Gilbert in December 2010. During that search, a police officer and his K-9 unit made a discovery that changed everything. Instead of finding Shannon, they found human remains wrapped in burlap along Ocean Parkway. Then they found another set of remains, and another. Within days, investigators uncovered the bodies of 4 women along the same stretch of road. They became known as the Gilgo Four. All had disappeared between 2007 and 2010. All had worked as escorts. All had advertised online. Their remains had been placed relatively close together in the dense brush along the parkway. The discovery suggested a serial offender. The investigation expanded rapidly. Police from multiple agencies began coordinating. Helicopters scanned the marshland. Officers searched on foot through thick reeds and unstable ground. Over the following months, additional remains were discovered. Some were partial. Some belonged to victims who had disappeared years earlier, in some cases more than a decade before. By 2011, investigators had identified at least 10 sets of human remains along Ocean Parkway and nearby areas. The case captured national attention. Media coverage intensified. Families of missing women demanded answers. But the investigation faced significant challenges. The victims had disappeared over a span of many years. Evidence had been exposed to harsh coastal conditions. Jurisdictional issues between county and local authorities complicated coordination. One of the critical pieces of evidence in the early investigation involved cell phone data. The killer had used disposable burner phones to contact victims. After arranging meetings, the phones were discarded. In some instances, taunting calls were allegedly made to victims' families from the victims' own phones, using towers in Manhattan. These calls were brief and difficult to trace precisely with the technology available at the time. Years passed without an arrest. Leadership within the Suffolk County Police Department changed. Internal controversies and corruption investigations unrelated to the murders cast a shadow over the department's handling of the case. Critics argued that early missteps had slowed progress. Families grew frustrated with the lack of visible movement. But the case did not disappear. In 2022, a new task force was formed, combining local, state, and federal investigators. They re-examined evidence using modern forensic technology. Advances in DNA analysis, cell tower mapping, and data tracking provided tools that had not been available in 2010. Investigators focused on a suspect named Rex Hoyerman. Hoyerman was an architect who lived in Massapequa Park on Long Island. He commuted regularly to Manhattan, where he worked in Midtown. He was married and had children. Neighbors described him as quiet, reserved, sometimes intimidating in appearance, but not outwardly suspicious. He had lived on Long Island for decades, within driving distance of the crime scenes. Through cell phone records, investigators determined that a burner phone used to contact some of the victims had frequently pinged near Hoyerman's home and office. Further analysis showed patterns aligning with his travel schedule. When he was out of town, the phone activity shifted accordingly. Investigators conducted surveillance. They collected discarded items believed to contain his DNA. In 2023, forensic analysis reportedly linked his DNA to hair found on or near some of the victims. In July 2023, Rex Hoyerman was arrested and charged in connection with several of the Gilgo Beach murders. The arrest marked a dramatic turning point in a case that had remained unresolved for more than a decade. Prosecutors outlined a detailed timeline connecting cell phone data, digital searches, and physical evidence. They alleged that Hoyerman had carefully targeted victims, arranged meetings, and transported their bodies to isolated stretches of Ocean Parkway under cover of darkness. He pleaded not guilty. The legal process is ongoing. What makes the Gilgo Beach case especially unsettling is the length of time it remained unsolved, the vulnerability of the victims, and the way the crimes were hidden in plain sight along a busy roadway. Thousands of drivers passed Ocean Parkway daily, unaware that just beyond the dunes lay evidence of repeated violence. The marshland itself played a role. Dense vegetation and shifting sand concealed remains for years. Harsh weather-degraded evidence. But persistence, combined with advances in forensic science, eventually allowed investigators to revisit old data with new precision. For the families of the victims, the case represents years of uncertainty. Many felt their loved ones were overlooked because of the circumstances of their work. The investigation forced broader conversations about how missing persons cases are prioritized and how victims are perceived. Ocean Parkway still runs along the South Shore. Beachgoers still visit in summer. The wind still moves through the tall grass. But the discovery made in December 2010 permanently altered the identity of that stretch of coastline, transforming it from a quiet scenic road into the center of one of the most complex serial murder investigations in modern American history. And at the center of it all lies a reminder of how time, technology, and relentless investigation can converge, even after years of silence, to bring long-buried evidence back into the light. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story that unfolded in the mountains of Colorado, a case that began with a missing wife, a quiet husband giving television interviews on his front porch, and a community that initially believed it was witnessing a tragic disappearance. Instead, it became one of the most closely followed and thoroughly documented family murder cases in recent American history. This is the story of Chris Watts. In the summer of 2018, Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, with his pregnant wife Shannon Watts and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. The neighborhood was new, filled with recently built homes, trimmed lawns, and families raising young children. Chris worked in the oil and gas industry. Shannon was active on social media, frequently posting videos about family life, parenting, and her business selling health and wellness products. To outsiders, their life appeared structured and happy. Photos showed vacations, birthday parties, and affectionate moments between parents and children. But beneath that curated online image, their marriage was under strain. Financial pressure had built up over the years. They had previously filed for bankruptcy. Credit card debt mounted again. The mortgage on their large home weighed heavily. Shannon traveled often for work-related events. During one of those trips in the summer of 2018, Chris began an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. The affair marked a turning point. Chris later told investigators that he felt a sense of freedom during those weeks. He imagined starting over. He searched online for information about separation and financial consequences of divorce. He calculated child support payments. He researched romantic getaways with his girlfriend. At the same time, Shannon, who was 15 weeks pregnant with their son, believed they were working through difficulties in their marriage. She texted friends expressing concern that Chris seemed distant, but she also spoke about rebuilding their relationship. On August 13th, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip to Arizona in the early morning hours. A neighbor's security camera captured her being dropped off around 2 a.m. That was the last time she was seen alive. Later that morning, Chris left for work at an oil site operated by his employer, Anadarko Petroleum. He loaded items into his truck before sunrise. Surveillance footage from a neighbor's camera showed him backing his truck into the driveway, an unusual action since he typically parked on the street. By midday, Shannon had not responded to calls or messages. Her friend Nicole Atkinson became concerned. Shannon had a doctor's appointment that morning which she missed. This was highly unusual. Nicole drove to the Watts home and knocked repeatedly. There was no answer. Police were called for a welfare check. When officers arrived, Chris returned home from work. He appeared calm, but slightly tense. He told officers that Shannon had taken the girls to a friend's house after an emotional conversation about separating. However, Shannon's phone, purse, medications, and car were still inside the house. For someone planning to leave voluntarily, these details did not make sense. Police conducted a preliminary search. There were no immediate signs of forced entry or struggle, but something felt wrong. Later that day, Chris agreed to speak to local news reporters. Standing in front of his house, he asked for his family to come home. His demeanor struck many viewers as detached. He swayed slightly, avoided direct emotional language, and referred to his daughters in the past tense at one point. While not definitive evidence of guilt, his body language raised suspicion among both viewers and investigators. The following day, investigators requested that Chris take a polygraph test. He agreed. During the examination, he failed. Confronted with the results, Chris initially claimed that Shannon had killed the girls in a fit of rage after he told her he wanted a separation. He said he then strangled Shannon in response. Investigators pressed further. Over time, his story shifted. Eventually, he confessed to killing his pregnant wife and both daughters. According to his confession and subsequent court documents, Chris strangled Shannon in their bedroom in the early hours of August 13th. He then placed her body in his truck. His daughters, still alive at that point, were transported with him to a remote oil site owned by his employer. There, he smothered Bella and Celeste and placed their bodies inside separate oil storage tanks. Shannon's body was buried in a shallow grave nearby. The level of planning became clearer as investigators examined digital evidence. Chris had texted coworkers the night before to ensure he would be alone at that specific oil site the following morning. He had researched song lyrics about loss and starting over. He had communicated extensively with his girlfriend about a future together, including discussions about selling his house and starting a new life. Once his confession was secured, authorities recovered the bodies from the oil site. The case moved quickly through the legal system. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to multiple counts of first-degree murder and unlawful termination of pregnancy. By pleading guilty, he avoided the death penalty. He was sentenced to 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole. The case left a deep impact on the public. Much of it unfolded in real time through social media, police body camera footage, interrogation videos, and court proceedings that were widely shared online. People analyzed his interviews frame by frame. The contrast between the family's online image and the reality of the crime disturbed many. For Shannon's family, the loss was immeasurable. They lost a daughter, 2 granddaughters, and an unborn grandson. They later spoke publicly about domestic violence awareness and the warning signs of emotional withdrawal and manipulation. What makes this case particularly haunting is not only the brutality of the crime, but the ordinariness of the setting. It occurred in a suburban home, behind white garage doors and manicured lawns, within a family that appeared outwardly stable. The planning involved digital searches, financial calculations, and logistical steps carried out quietly in the days before the murders. Through surveillance footage, cell phone records, GPS data from his truck, forensic analysis of the oil site, and recorded interrogations, Investigators reconstructed the crime step by step. It was not a mystery left unresolved. It was methodically solved through evidence, confession, and digital tracing. The Watts house eventually stood empty. The oil field resumed operations. The neighborhood returned to routine. But the case remains a stark example of how internal collapse, concealed behind routine smiles and online posts, can escalate into irreversible violence. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a case that unfolded in the suburbs of Paris, France, a case that began with a house that stood unnaturally silent and ended with an international manhunt stretching across continents. It is the story of Xavier Dupont de Ligons, a man who lived for decades as a husband, father, and member of French society, before committing a crime that stunned the country and was ultimately reconstructed in painstaking detail by investigators. Xavier Dupont de Ligons was born in 1961 into a conservative Catholic family with aristocratic roots. He grew up with a strong sense of identity tied to tradition and social standing. As an adult, he married Agnes Hodanger, and together they raised 4 children: Arthur, Thomas, and Benoit. They lived in Nantes, in a quiet residential neighborhood where houses were close together and neighbors were accustomed to seeing families come and go. From the outside, the family appeared stable. The children attended school. Agnes was involved in religious activities. Xavier worked on various business ventures, though many of them struggled financially. Over time, his projects failed repeatedly. He accumulated debt. Friends later described him as someone who projected confidence while privately experiencing increasing pressure. By early 2011, Xavier's financial situation had deteriorated significantly. He owed money to friends and relatives. His business ventures had not succeeded. He faced mounting obligations he could no longer realistically meet. Yet he maintained the appearance of normalcy, continuing to attend social gatherings and correspond with acquaintances. In April 2011, neighbors noticed unusual behavior at the family home. The shutters were closed for extended periods. The family's presence seemed to fade. Around the same time, schools received messages explaining that the children would no longer attend because the family was relocating to Australia due to a job opportunity linked to the United States government. Similar explanations were given to friends and landlords. Xavier crafted detailed stories to explain their sudden departure. But beneath the house, something else had happened. Investigators would later determine that between April 3rd and April 5th, 2011, Xavier methodically killed his wife and 4 children inside their home. Evidence showed that he used a .22 caliber rifle equipped with a silencer. Forensic reconstruction suggested that he carried out the killings at night while each family member was in bed. After the murders, he wrapped the bodies carefully in sheets and blankets. He then buried them beneath the terrace in the backyard. He covered the graves with quicklime in an apparent attempt to accelerate decomposition and reduce odor. He replaced soil and patio materials to conceal the disturbance. To neighbors, nothing immediately appeared wrong. He then spent days continuing his routine. He purchased cleaning supplies. He arranged final logistics. He sent emails explaining the family's sudden relocation. He terminated rental agreements and settled minor accounts. Surveillance footage later showed him withdrawing cash, traveling south through France, and staying in budget hotels. As days passed without contact from the family, extended relatives became concerned. Police were contacted. Officers visited the house and noted the unusual closure of shutters and accumulated mail. They began investigating the claims of relocation. On April 21st, 2011, police searched the property. Beneath the terrace, they made a devastating discovery. The bodies of Agnes and the 4 children were found buried together. The investigation shifted immediately to locating Xavier Dupont de Ligons. CCTV footage traced his movements across southern France. He had driven to the region of Provence. On April 15th, he was recorded checking out of a hotel in Roquebrune-sur-Argens. He carried a long object wrapped in fabric, believed to be the rifle. After that, no confirmed sightings occurred. French authorities issued an international arrest warrant. Over the years, there were reported sightings in various countries. In 2019, a man arrested at Glasgow airport was briefly suspected to be Xavier, but DNA testing confirmed he was not. Despite numerous leads, he has never been located. However, the murders themselves are considered solved. Forensic evidence inside the home, financial records, ballistic analysis, and Xavier's documented movements created a comprehensive reconstruction. Investigators concluded that he had planned the killings carefully, motivated by financial collapse and a desire to avoid public disgrace. Letters he sent to relatives before the murders described an elaborate, fabricated narrative in which he claimed to be a covert agent forced into witness protection. These writings suggested a man attempting to control the story even as he prepared to eliminate his family. The case shook France deeply. It forced conversations about domestic violence hidden behind social status, about the pressures of financial failure, and about how a person can maintain outward composure while privately unraveling. The house in Nantes eventually changed hands. The neighborhood returned to quiet routine. But the image of a father burying his entire family beneath their own terrace remains one of the most haunting in modern French criminal history. While Xavier Dupont de Ligons himself has not been captured, the crime has been fully reconstructed, the victims identified, the method established, and the motive extensively documented. It stands as a stark reminder of how meticulously planned domestic murders can unfold behind closed doors, hidden within ordinary streets, until patient forensic work brings the full truth to light. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a modest house on a quiet street in Fresno, California, a street lined with single-story homes, trimmed hedges, and driveways that looked nearly identical from one property to the next. His name was Wesley Shermantine, and for years he blended into that neighborhood as just another resident, a father, a worker, someone who waved at neighbors and returned home each evening without attracting suspicion. But hidden beneath the soil of rural San Joaquin County, far from the city streets where he lived, lay secrets that would take decades to uncover. Wesley Shermantine was born in 1966 and grew up in the small town of Linden, California. As a teenager, he formed a close friendship with Loren Herzog. The two were inseparable. They hunted together, fished together, and spent time exploring the rural land surrounding their hometown. They knew the back roads, abandoned wells, and isolated fields better than most. To classmates and acquaintances, they were just two boys who enjoyed the outdoors. As adults, their lives followed separate paths, but remained connected. Shermantine worked various jobs, including as a mechanic and truck driver. Herzog became involved in local government work. Outwardly, their lives appeared ordinary. But beginning in the mid-1980s, people in the Linden area began disappearing. One of the first known victims was Cindy Vanderheiden, a 25-year-old woman who vanished in 1998. She was last seen leaving a bar in Stockton. Witnesses recalled her interacting with two men. Investigators later determined those men were Shermantine and Herzog. When Cindy failed to return home, her family reported her missing. Police launched a search, but without a body or clear evidence, the case stalled. Years passed with little progress. Then other disappearances were revisited. Some victims were women who had been seen in rural areas. Others were acquaintances who had crossed paths with Shermantine or Herzog. In 2000, Shermantine and Herzog were arrested on suspicion of murder. The investigation intensified. Detectives conducted interviews, searched properties, and examined old wells and remote land in San Joaquin County. They discovered remains in abandoned wells, locations so deep and isolated that bodies could remain hidden for years without detection. Forensic testing confirmed multiple victims. The details that emerged during interrogation were disturbing. Shermantine made statements implicating himself and Herzog in numerous murders. He described targeting vulnerable women, luring them into vehicles, and killing them before disposing of their bodies in rural locations they had known since childhood. Herzog denied responsibility, claiming Shermantine was acting alone. The legal proceedings were complex. Shermantine was convicted in 2001 of multiple murders and sentenced to death. Herzog accepted a plea deal in 2004, pleading guilty to voluntary manslaughter in exchange for a reduced sentence and agreeing to assist authorities in locating additional victims. Under supervision, Herzog led investigators to burial sites. More remains were discovered. The rural wells that had once been part of childhood exploration became crime scenes, excavated carefully as forensic teams recovered bones and personal effects. Each discovery reopened wounds for families who had waited years for answers. In 2012, Loren Herzog was found dead in what authorities ruled a suicide, just days after being ordered back to prison for violating parole. Sherman Teen, from death row, continued making claims about additional victims. He provided maps and diagrams indicating burial locations. Investigators followed up on these leads, uncovering more remains and attempting to identify them through DNA testing. The full number of victims remains uncertain. What makes this case especially chilling is the combination of familiarity and isolation. Sherman Teen and Herzog used knowledge of rural land they had known since youth. They chose locations far from public view, wells abandoned and forgotten, places where disappearance could remain unexplained for years. The small town of Linden struggled to process the revelation that two local men, raised in the community, had committed such crimes. Neighbors reevaluated past interactions. Families revisited memories, searching for signs they might have missed. The quiet properties in Fresno and the remote farmland of San Joaquin County returned to stillness over time. Wells were sealed, land was reclaimed, but the investigations left a permanent imprint on the region. For decades, victims' families lived with uncertainty, not knowing where their loved ones were. The eventual discoveries brought confirmation, but not relief. The crimes demonstrated how trust and familiarity can conceal violence, how geography can be used deliberately to hide evidence, and how persistence in investigation can eventually uncover truths buried deep beneath the surface of ordinary landscapes. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a case that unfolded in the small city of Drammen, Norway, a place known more for its river views and quiet neighborhoods than for violent crime. Norway consistently ranks among the safest countries in the world, and in the late 1990s, serious violence was rare enough that a single homicide could dominate national headlines. That is why, when a young woman named Tina Jorgensen vanished in September 2000, the disappearance unsettled not just her family, but an entire community. Tina Jorgensen was 20 years old. She worked at a local nursing home and was described as responsible, warm, and dependable. She lived at home with her parents and maintained close relationships with friends. On the evening of September 24th, 2000, she went out to a nightclub in Drammen. It was an ordinary night out. She met friends, socialized, and later left the club shortly before closing time in the early hours of September 25th. She never made it home. When Tina failed to return, her family became concerned quickly. This was out of character. She did not disappear without contact. Police were notified, and a missing persons investigation began. Officers retraced her last known movements. Witnesses confirmed she had left the nightclub. Some believed she had been seen walking in the direction of the river that runs through the city. Days passed with no sign of her. Then, weeks later, a fisherman made a discovery in the Drammen River. Tina's body had been submerged in the water. She had been bound and weighted down. The case immediately shifted from a disappearance to a homicide investigation. Norwegian police began an intensive inquiry. They canvassed the nightclub, interviewed staff and patrons, and reconstructed Tina's final hours. One name began to surface repeatedly, a man named Stig Millehagen. Millehagen had a criminal history. He was known to police for prior violent offenses and had been present in the nightclub that same evening. Witnesses placed him in proximity to Tina. Surveillance and witness timelines indicated their paths may have crossed. Investigators questioned him. He denied involvement. The case moved forward slowly. Forensic evidence was limited. The river had damaged potential trace materials. There were no clear eyewitnesses to an abduction. The prosecution relied heavily on circumstantial evidence and witness accounts. In 2002, Stig Millihagen was convicted of Tina Jorgensen's murder and sentenced to 17 years in prison, the maximum fixed-term sentence available in Norway at that time. However, the legal story did not end there. Millihagen appealed. In 2003, Norway's Supreme Court overturned the conviction due to concerns about the handling of evidence and aspects of a trial. The case was retried. In 2004, he was acquitted. The acquittal shocked Tina's family and divided public opinion. Some believed justice had failed. Others pointed to the principle that conviction requires proof beyond reasonable doubt, and the appellate court determined that standard had not been met. Years passed. Millihagen remained a figure known to Norwegian authorities. In 2009, he was convicted of another murder, unrelated to Tina's case, and sentenced to preventive detention, a form of incarceration in Norway that could be extended indefinitely if a person is considered dangerous. Despite his later conviction for a different killing, he has never been reconvicted for Tina Jorgensen's death. The case remains officially unsolved. What makes this story particularly significant in Norway is how rare such crimes are, and how deeply they affect public trust in safety and justice. Tina's disappearance and death forced difficult conversations about nightlife security, repeat offenders, and the limits of circumstantial evidence. The Drammen River continues to flow through the city center. People walk along its banks. Cafes line the waterfront. To a visitor, it appears peaceful. But for Tina's family, that river will always represent the place where hope ended. The investigation demonstrated how complex homicide cases can become when physical evidence is limited, how legal standards require certainty even in the face of strong suspicion, and how acquittal does not necessarily bring closure. In a country known for low crime rates and a strong justice system, Tina Jorgensen's case remains one of the most discussed unresolved murders, a reminder that even in societies considered safe and orderly, tragedy can occur and answers are not always guaranteed. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about madness disguised as mission, about a man who believed himself beyond judgment, and about how obsession with purity can transform into the purest form of evil. In the grimy streets of London's Whitechapel district during the autumn of 1888, where poverty crushed souls and women sold their bodies to survive another day, a killer was stalking the fog-shrouded alleys. He targeted prostitutes, women society had already discarded, and he mutilated them with surgical precision that suggested medical knowledge. His identity remained unknown, his motives a mystery, and his crime sparked a media frenzy that made him the world's first celebrity serial killer. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, though his true identity has never been definitively proven. Between August and November 1888, he murdered at least 5 women in London's East End, though some investigators believe he killed more. He would approach them in the early morning hours, quickly slash their throats, then mutilate their bodies with a knife, removing organs with skill that suggested anatomical knowledge. He sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, claiming responsibility and promising more murders. Then he vanished, never caught, leaving behind only questions and a legend that has endured for over a century. The canonical 5 victims, those definitively attributed to the Ripper, were Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. All were impoverished women in their 40s who worked as prostitutes in Whitechapel, one of London's most desperate slums. They lived in doss houses, drinking away what little money they earned, trapped in cycles of poverty and addiction with no hope of escape. The first victim, Marion Nichols, was found on August 31st, 1888, in Bucks Row. Her throat had been cut so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and her abdomen had been slashed open. The brutality shocked even seasoned police officers accustomed to Whitechapel's violence. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. She had been killed and mutilated in the same manner as Nichols, but this time the killer had removed her uterus and taken it with him. This suggested someone with anatomical knowledge and raised theories that the killer might be a doctor or surgeon. On September 30th, 2 murders occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut, but not mutilated, possibly because the killer was interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, murdered and extensively mutilated. Her kidney had been removed. This double murder created panic throughout London. The final canonical victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was killed on November 9th in her small rented room. Unlike the others who had been killed outdoors, Kelly's murder occurred indoors where the killer had time and privacy. The mutilation was extreme, her body so extensively cut and organs removed that she was barely recognizable. The scene was photographed, creating images that remain among the most disturbing crime scene photos in history. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from a killer. Most were hoaxes, but 2 have been considered potentially genuine by investigators. The Dear Boss letter, received September 27th, introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more killings. The From Hell letter, received October 16th, came with half a human kidney that the writer claimed came from Catherine Eddowes. The investigation was massive, but hampered by limited forensic technology and the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous suspects, and employed innovative techniques like crime scene photography. But they never definitively identified the killer. Theories about Jack the Ripper's identity have proliferated for over a century. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who drowned himself shortly after the final murder; Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant with mental illness who was confined to an asylum; Michael Ostrog, a Russian con artist with a history of violence; Walter Sickert, an artist whose paintings some believe contain clues about the murders; Even members of the royal family have been implicated in conspiracy theories, though without credible evidence. Modern forensic analysis using DNA from letters and evidence has pointed to some suspects more than others, but definitive proof remains elusive. The contamination of evidence over 130 years and the questionable chain of custody make conclusive identification impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the murders themselves is his cultural impact. He became the prototype for the serial killer in popular imagination, the mysterious figure who kills without clear motive and eludes capture. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating a media circus that amplified fear throughout London and captured international attention. The murders also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into prostitution and made them vulnerable to violence. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the poor. The victims, who had lived and died in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The Ripper's surgical skill and apparent anatomical knowledge sparked theories he was a doctor, leading to distrust of medical professionals in Whitechapel. His ability to disappear after murders in crowded areas suggested someone who belonged in the neighborhood, who could blend in rather than stand out as suspicious. Some historians believe Jack the Ripper stopped killing because he died, was imprisoned for another crime, or was institutionalized in an asylum. Others think he may have emigrated or simply stopped for reasons unknown. The abrupt end to the murder series remains as mysterious as the killer's identity. The 5 canonical victims are now more famous in death than they ever were in life. Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively, their lives examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their killer. The Jack the Ripper case remains unsolved, one of history's most infamous cold cases. The killer's identity is likely lost to time, but his crimes change how society viewed serial murder and how media covered violent crime. He transformed from a real killer into a legend, a symbol of Victorian-era fears about modernity, urbanization, and the darkness lurking in city streets. The women he killed deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who lived difficult lives in impossible circumstances, who were let down by society before they were destroyed by a madman. Their deaths exposed the brutal realities of poverty and inspired reforms that helped others, though the changes came too late to save them. Jack the Ripper vanished into history, but his shadow stretches across more than a century, a reminder that some evil escapes justice and some questions remain forever unanswered, leaving only victims, mysteries, and a haunting knowledge that a killer once walked London streets and was never caught. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about faith, power, and silence. About how an institution trusted by millions became the shelter for predators who used the language of God to destroy lives. This is the story of how the Catholic Church's greatest sin was not just what was done, but what it allowed to continue. For centuries, the Catholic Church stood as one of the most powerful institutions on earth. It preached compassion, morality, and the protection of the innocent. Priests were seen as moral guides, spiritual fathers who comforted families, baptized children, and buried the dead. In many small towns, a priest's word carried more weight than any law or government. People believed they represented holiness itself. But beneath that image, hidden for decades, an epidemic of abuse was spreading across parishes, schools, and orphanages. It was not the story of one man or one place. It was a pattern repeated around the world. In the United States, Ireland, Australia, Latin America, and Europe, a pattern of priests abusing children and a church hierarchy protecting them. The earliest public cases appeared in the 1980s, but the roots went back much further. Survivors later revealed that the abuse had been happening for generations, buried behind closed doors and sealed files. In many cases, victims were children as young as 7 or 8, altar boys, choir members, and students who looked up to their priests as father figures. The abuse often followed the same pattern. A priest would identify a vulnerable child, usually one from a devout family or a broken home. He would offer attention, kindness, or gifts, gestures that seemed harmless to parents who trusted the church completely. Once that trust was secured, the abuse began. Some victims were assaulted in rectories, others in confession rooms, church basements, or during trips organized by the parish. For decades, when parents or victims tried to report what happened, their complaints were quietly dismissed. Church officials moved accused priests from one parish to another instead of calling the police. Each transfer gave predators a new set of victims. The church claimed these were isolated incidents or misunderstandings. In truth, it was a system designed to protect itself from scandal. In 1985, a young Louisiana priest named Gilbert Goth became one of the first publicly exposed abusers. His case revealed that church leaders had known about his behavior for years but kept it secret. Dozens of children had been assaulted. The revelation shattered the illusion of moral perfection that surrounded the clergy. But even then, the full scope of the problem was not yet understood. By the early 2000s, everything changed. The Boston Globe newspaper launched an investigation after receiving sealed court documents showing that church officials had covered up decades of abuse. The Globe's reporters uncovered a network of secrecy that reached from local parishes all the way to the Vatican. Their 2002 expose revealed that more than 70 priests in the Boston area alone had been accused of abusing minors, and that church leaders had reassigned them again and again despite repeated warnings. The impact was explosive. The stories poured in from across the United States. Thousands of survivors describing nearly identical experiences of manipulation, guilt, and silence. Investigations spread to other countries, uncovering systemic abuse in Ireland, Germany, Chile, and Australia. In Ireland, government inquiries later revealed abuse in Catholic-run orphanages and industrial schools dating back to the 1940s. Some survivors described physical and sexual assaults so severe they left lifelong trauma. The church responded by expressing sorrow, but often avoided responsibility. High-ranking bishops claimed they had trusted their priests or misunderstood the seriousness of the allegations. Yet internal documents showed otherwise. Memos, letters, and reports revealed that church leaders had known for decades about abusers and had deliberately chosen to conceal their crimes. In 2018, a grand jury investigation in Pennsylvania released a report that changed everything. The report named over 300 priests who had abused more than 1,000 children over 70 years. The evidence included internal church archives that described abuse in horrifying detail. Some files showed that church officials had recorded the crimes but never alerted law enforcement. Instead, they offered counseling to the priests, sent them on retreats, and quietly reassigned them to new parishes. The survivors' testimonies were heartbreaking. Many described how the abuse had shattered their faith, leaving them unable to enter a church again. Others spoke of lives consumed by depression, addiction, or guilt, feelings rooted in the manipulation that made them believe the abuse was their fault. For decades, many have been too ashamed to tell anyone. It was only when others spoke out publicly that they found the strength to come forward. Financially, the church faced massive consequences. By the 2020s, Catholic dioceses across the United States had paid more than $4 billion in settlements to victims. Some dioceses declared bankruptcy to avoid further lawsuits. But no amount of money could heal the damage done to the people who had once believed the church represented safety and purity. In Ireland, entire generations grew up under the shadow of what was later called the Magdalene Laundries, institutions where girls and women, often victims of abuse, were confined, exploited, and silenced by nuns. In Australia, a royal commission found that 7% of priests had been accused of sexual abuse between 1950 and 2010. The numbers revealed that this was not a few isolated bad actors. It was a structural failure stretching across continents. The Vatican itself was forced to confront the crisis publicly. In recent years, Popes Benedict and Francis both acknowledged the scale of the wrongdoing. Francis met with survivors, promising reform and accountability. But critics argued that the church's response remained too slow and too focused on damage control rather than justice. The deeper tragedy lies in the betrayal of faith. For victims, their abusers were not strangers. They were men who baptized them, heard their confessions, and preached about sin and forgiveness. The manipulation went beyond physical harm. It attacked the very core of trust and belief. Today, the Catholic Church continues to face investigations and lawsuits around the world. Many countries have established new laws requiring the immediate reporting of abuse, regardless of religious confidentiality. Some dioceses have implemented background checks and training programs. But for the countless survivors who never received justice, the scars remain. The Church's failure was not only in the crimes themselves, but in the decades of denial that followed. It showed how power and secrecy can turn even the most sacred institutions into places of fear. The damage stretched far beyond the victims. It eroded the faith of millions who once looked to the Church for moral guidance. The story of the Catholic Church abuse crisis is not just about religion. It is about how human systems can become corrupted by pride, and how silence can destroy more lives than violence ever could. Even now, survivors gather quietly in support groups around the world, lighting candles for those who never found the courage to speak. Their strength, not the Church's apologies, is what has kept the truth alive. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about power, silence, and the cost of speaking the truth. It is the story of how an industry built on dreams and fame allowed one man to control women's futures through fear. This is the story of Harvey Weinstein and the system that helped him stay untouchable for decades. For years, Harvey Weinstein was one of the most powerful figures in Hollywood. As the co-founder of Miramax and later the Weinstein Company, he produced dozens of award-winning films that shaped modern cinema. He stood on the stages of the Academy Awards, shaking hands with actors, directors, and politicians. His name appeared in movie credits alongside some of the greatest titles of the 1990s and 2000s. To the public, he was the man who made stars. Inside the industry, he was feared. Weinstein's story began in Queens, New York, where he and his brother Bob grew up in a working-class family. In the 1970s, the two founded Miramax, naming it after their parents, Miriam and Max. They began by distributing small independent films, slowly building a reputation for bringing daring stories to mainstream audiences. By the 1990s, Miramax was a powerhouse. It released Pulp Fiction, The English Patient, Shakespeare in Love, and countless others that defined a generation. But behind the scenes, Harvey Weinstein ruled through intimidation. Colleagues described him as explosive, controlling, and obsessed with dominance. He shouted at assistants, humiliated executives, and demanded absolute loyalty. That same hunger for power extended beyond his office and into his relationships with women. In hotel suites, production offices, and film festivals, Weinstein used his position to lure aspiring actresses and employees into situations where he could exploit them. He would promise career opportunities, auditions, or roles, but once alone, he would corner them, harass them, or assault them. Many women described the same routine, a meeting about work that turned into pressure, coercion, and threats. For years, the rumors spread quietly. Agents warned their clients to be careful. Some assistants tried to speak up, but were silenced by non-disclosure agreements or fear of losing their careers. Hollywood's culture of secrecy made it easy for him to operate. His films employed thousands, his influence stretched across studios, and his donations reached politicians and charities. Speaking against him meant risking everything. When women did try to go public, the system around Weinstein reacted to protect him. Lawyers threatened lawsuits. Tabloids were used to discredit victims. In some cases, private investigators were hired to track women who were considering speaking out. The first public cracks appeared in 2015 when actress Ashley Judd mentioned an unnamed studio executive who had made inappropriate advances toward her. Her story drew attention, but no one named Weinstein yet. That would change 2 years later. In October 2017, The New York Times published an article by Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey detailing multiple allegations of sexual harassment and assault against Harvey Weinstein, spanning 3 decades. Within days, The New Yorker followed with another investigation by Ronan Farrow, containing even more accounts, including women describing rape and intimidation. The story shared chilling similarities: hotel meetings, locked doors, demands for massages, and threats when they refused. The impact was immediate. Dozens of women, actresses, assistants, models, journalists came forward. Among them were well-known names like Gwyneth Paltrow, Angelina Jolie, Rosanna Arquette, and Salma Hayek. Many had remained silent for years, afraid of what would happen if they challenged a man so deeply connected to the industry. As the accusations grew, so did the realization that this was not an isolated case of one predator. It was a window into how Hollywood had normalized abuse of power for decades. The story ignited a movement. Women across industries began sharing their own experiences under the hashtag #MeToo, a phrase originally coined by activist Turner Burke years earlier to support survivors of sexual violence. Within months, the #MeToo movement became a global reckoning. Harvey Weinstein was fired from his own company and expelled from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. His empire crumbled overnight. But the real test would come in court. In 2020, after years of legal battles, Weinstein stood trial in New York. 6 women testified, describing how he had assaulted them and used his power to silence them. The prosecution presented a pattern of manipulation, using his position as a gatekeeper of careers to control young women's lives. The defense tried to argue that the encounters were consensual and part of the power dynamics of the industry. The jury disagreed. Weinstein was convicted of rape and sexual assault and sentenced to 23 years in prison. Later, additional charges in California led to another conviction, adding 16 more years to his sentence. Once one of the most powerful men in entertainment, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The consequences went far beyond Weinstein himself. His downfall opened a floodgate. Executives, directors, journalists, and politicians across the world faced new scrutiny. Victims who had stayed silent for years finally spoke out. Entire organizations reevaluated their policies on harassment and consent. For many women, the movement represented the first time their voices were believed. Yet for others, it was a painful reminder of how long the system had ignored them. Some of Weinstein's victims had tried to report him in the 1990s, but were dismissed or paid off through settlements that buried their stories. The legal structures that protected powerful men for so long, non-disclosure agreements, private arbitration, and corporate complicity, began to crumble only after the media exposure. The film industry has tried to move forward, but the scars remain. Many survivors of Weinstein's abuse continue to deal with trauma, therapy, and careers that never recovered. Some left the industry entirely. The #MeToo movement, though transformative, also faced backlash. Critics claimed it created fear and overcorrection. But its impact was undeniable. It changed how the world talks about consent, accountability, and power. Weinstein's case showed how abuse can hide in plain sight when wealth and influence are involved. He surrounded himself with enablers, lawyers, publicists, and executives who benefited from his success and looked away from his crimes. In the end, his downfall was not only a personal collapse, but an indictment of an entire culture that prioritized money and fame over humanity. When he entered the courtroom in handcuffs, limping and pale, the image symbolized the end of an era, the moment when power no longer guaranteed protection. For decades, Hollywood had rewarded silence. Now, silence had finally broken. Harvey Weinstein will likely die in prison. His name, once attached to golden statues and glamorous parties, now stands as a warning, a symbol of what happens when power goes unchecked. But the women who spoke out did more than expose one man. They exposed a system built on fear and silence. And they changed the world by refusing to stay quiet. Their voices created a movement that outlived his power, proving that even in the darkest corners of fame, truth still finds a way to be heard. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention more than air, about lies that spiraled into murder, and about how the need to be seen as a victim can transform someone into a monster. In the small town of Springfield, Missouri, where neighbors knew each other and supported one another through hardships, a young mother was gaining sympathy and admiration for her strength in the face of tragedy. Her daughter suffered from mysterious illnesses that required frequent hospitalizations. Friends rallied around her, impressed by her devotion and resilience. But the illnesses were not mysterious at all. They were being caused by the mother herself. This is the story of Dee Dee Blanchard and the murder that exposed years of abuse. For over a decade, Dee Dee convinced the world that her daughter Gypsy Rose was severely ill, confined to a wheelchair, mentally disabled, and suffering from leukemia, muscular dystrophy, and numerous other conditions. She shaved Gypsy's head, forced her to use a wheelchair, and underwent unnecessary surgeries and treatments. In reality, Gypsy was healthy. Dee Dee had Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a disorder where caregivers fabricate or induce illness in those they care for to gain attention and sympathy. On June 14, 2015, Gypsy and her secret boyfriend, Nicholas Gojon, murdered Dee Dee, stabbing her to death in her sleep. The murder exposed decades of abuse and raised difficult questions about victim and perpetrator. Claudine Petra, who later called herself Dee Dee Blanchard, was born on May 3, 1967, in Chack Bay, Louisiana. She grew up in a troubled family where manipulation and dysfunction were normal. From a young age, Dee Dee showed patterns of lying and stealing. Family members described her as someone who constantly sought attention and would fabricate stories to make herself the center of drama. Dee Dee became pregnant as a teenager and gave birth to Gypsy Rose in 1991. The father, Rod Blanchard, was young and unprepared for parenthood. He and Dee Dee separated shortly after Gypsy's birth, though Rod remained involved and paid child support. This gave Dee Dee the perfect situation, a child she could control completely without interference from a partner. When Gypsy was a baby, Dee Dee began claiming the child had sleep apnea and other health problems. As Gypsy grew, the list of supposed illnesses expanded dramatically. Dee Dee claimed Gypsy had muscular dystrophy, leukemia, epilepsy, asthma, and the mental capacity of a 7-year-old due to brain damage from premature birth. None of this was true. Gypsy had been born full-term and healthy. Dee Dee forced Gypsy to use a wheelchair even though she could walk. She shaved Gypsy's head to mimic hair loss from chemotherapy that Gypsy never actually needed. She had feeding tubes inserted even though Gypsy could eat normally. She subjected her daughter to unnecessary surgeries, medications, and treatments, all to maintain the illusion of severe illness. The deception worked spectacularly. Doctors were fooled by Dee Dee's detailed medical histories and her ability to describe symptoms convincingly. When doctors expressed doubt, Dee Dee would simply find new doctors and claim previous records had been lost. After Hurricane Katrina in 2005, Dee Dee used the disaster as an excuse for why medical records were unavailable, making it nearly impossible for doctors to verify her claims. Dee Dee and Gypsy became local celebrities. They received a house from Habitat for Humanity, trips to Disney World from Make-A-Wish Foundation, and constant attention from charities and well-wishers. Dee Dee basked in the sympathy and admiration, presenting herself as a saintly mother caring for a desperately ill child. But Gypsy was becoming aware that something was wrong. As she entered her teens, she realized she was not actually sick. She could walk when her mother was not watching. She was not mentally disabled. She began to understand that her mother was lying and that she was trapped in a prison of fabricated illness. Gypsy began secretly using the internet, creating online profiles where she pretended to be a healthy young woman. In 2012, she met Nicholas Gojon through a Christian dating site. Nicholas had his own psychological problems, including autism and a disturbed sexual fixation on violence, but he believed Gypsy's claims that she was being held prisoner by her abusive mother. Over 3 years, Gypsy and Nicholas developed a relationship conducted entirely online and during brief secret meetings. Gypsy became convinced that murder was her only escape from Dee Dee's control. She manipulated Nicholas, playing on his devotion and his violent fantasies, convincing him that killing Dee Dee was the only way they could be together. On June 14th, 2015, Nicholas traveled to Springfield and entered the home Dee Dee and Gypsy shared. While Dee Dee slept, Nicholas stabbed her 17 times, killing her. Gypsy waited in another room, listening to her mother die. Afterward, they took money and fled to Wisconsin, where Nicholas lived. Before leaving, Gypsy posted messages on Facebook from Dee Dee's account saying cryptic things that alarmed friends. When concerned neighbors found Dee Dee's body days later, police initially feared Gypsy had been kidnapped by whoever killed her mother. But investigation quickly revealed the truth. Police tracked Gypsy and Nicholas to Wisconsin through online records and arrested them. During interrogation, the full scope of Dee Dee's deception emerged. Medical experts examined Gypsy and confirmed she had no significant health problems. The wheelchair, the medications, the surgeries had all been unnecessary. Years of medical abuse inflicted by a mother whose need for attention had destroyed her daughter's childhood. The legal and moral questions were complex. Gypsy had participated in murdering her mother, but she had also been a victim of horrific abuse for her entire life. Nicholas had committed the actual killing, but had been manipulated by Gypsy. In 2016, Gypsy pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Nicholas was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. Gypsy Rose was released from prison in December 2023 after serving 8 years. She has spoken publicly about the abuse she suffered and her regret over the murder. She acknowledges she should have sought help through legal means, but felt she had no other escape from her mother's control. The case revealed the horrors of Munchausen syndrome by proxy and how medical systems can fail to protect victims when caregivers are skilled manipulators. It raised difficult questions about culpability when victims of long-term abuse commit violence against their abusers. And it demonstrated that sometimes the people who seem most devoted and caring are actually the most dangerous, using love and concern as masks for cruelty and control. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who turned tragedy into profit, about deception that lasted decades, and about how the desire for sympathy and financial gain can lead someone to commit the unthinkable repeatedly. In the small town of Wanacue, New Jersey, during the 1970s and 1980s, one family seemed cursed by terrible luck. Mary Beth Tinning's children kept passing away, one after another, from various mysterious illnesses and sudden medical emergencies. Neighbors expressed sympathy for the seemingly devoted mother who kept losing her babies. Doctors were puzzled by the string of tragedies. But no one suspected that Mary Beth herself was causing these deaths, ending the lives of her own children to gain attention and sympathy. This is the story of Mary Beth Tinning, who between 1972 and 1985 ended the lives of 9 of her own children through suffocation and other means. She would bring her babies to hospitals in crisis, appearing as a distraught mother seeking help, while she was actually the cause of their medical emergencies. Her conviction in 1987 exposed one of the most disturbing cases of Munchausen syndrome by proxy ever documented and revealed how a mother's need for attention could override the most basic parental instincts. Mary Beth Rowe was born on September 11th, 1942, in Duanesburg, New York. Her childhood was marked by emotional neglect and a desperate hunger for attention. Her parents were cold and distant, showing little affection to their children. Her father was an alcoholic who spent little time with the family. Her mother was emotionally unavailable, providing basic physical care, but no warmth or nurturing. Mary Beth grew up feeling invisible and worthless. She struggled in school, not due to lack of ability, but because she could not focus when her emotional needs were so unmet. She had few friends and spent most of her time alone, developing fantasies about being special or important in some way. She craved recognition and sympathy, but had no healthy way to obtain it. She married Joseph Tinning in 1965. Joseph was a stable, hardworking man who provided financial security. They settled in Schenectady, New York, and began having children. For Mary Beth, motherhood seemed like an opportunity to finally matter, to be important to someone. But she quickly discovered that healthy children did not generate the attention she craved. In January 1972, Mary Beth's 8-day-old daughter, Jennifer, passed away from what doctors determined was meningitis and pulmonary edema. The death appeared natural and tragic. The community rallied around Mary Beth, offering sympathy and support. For perhaps the first time in her life, Mary Beth was the center of attention, receiving care and concern from everyone around her. The experience was intoxicating. Just 17 days after Jennifer's passing, Mary Beth's 2-year-old son, Joseph, died suddenly. Doctors attributed it to cardiac arrest related to a previous illness. 2 children gone within 3 weeks seemed impossibly tragic, but medical professionals accepted Mary Beth's explanations, and no one suspected foul play. Mary Beth received even more sympathy and attention as the unlucky mother who had lost 2 children. What no one realized was that Mary Beth had discovered a terrible way to get the attention she desperately needed. By harming her children, she could create medical crises that brought doctors, nurses, neighbors, and family members rushing to support her. She was no longer invisible. She mattered. Over the next 13 years, 7 more of Mary Beth's children would pass away under suspicious circumstances. Barbara passed away at age 4.5, officially from Reye's syndrome. Timothy passed at age 3 weeks from what was called sudden infant death syndrome. Nathan passed at 5 months, another SIDS diagnosis. Mary Frances passed at 3 months. Jonathan passed at 3 months. Michael passed at 2.5 weeks. Each time, doctors accepted that these were tragic but natural deaths. Mary Beth's method was suffocation. She would smother her babies with pillows or blankets, cutting off their air supply until they stopped breathing. Sometimes she would revive them and bring them to hospitals, creating medical emergencies that required intensive intervention. Other times, she would simply end their lives and present their bodies to authorities, claiming they had stopped breathing suddenly. She carefully selected which children to harm and when. She would wait until the sympathy from one passing had faded, then create a new crisis with another child. She was methodical in maintaining the attention flow she needed, spacing the tragedies to maximize impact without raising immediate suspicion. Some medical professionals did become concerned. After several passings, doctors made notes in records questioning the pattern. But in the early 1980s, awareness of Munchausen syndrome by proxy was limited. The idea that a mother would systematically harm her own children for attention seemed too monstrous to seriously consider, especially when Mary Beth appeared so devoted and distraught. The pattern finally became undeniable in December 1985 when 3-month-old Tammy Lynn was brought to the hospital unconscious. Medical staff managed to revive her initially, but she passed away the following day. This time, a physician's assistant named Linda Anderson refused to accept another unexplained infant passing in the Tinning family. She pushed for investigation, and authorities finally began examining the impossible pattern. When confronted by police, Mary Beth's facade crumbled. She confessed to smothering Tammy Lynn, claiming the baby had been crying and she just wanted her to stop. She denied harming her other children, but investigators did not believe her given the overwhelming pattern. Mary Beth was arrested and charged. Her trial in 1987 focused on Tammy Lynn's passing, as it was the only case with a confession and fresh evidence. Prosecutors argued she had ended all 9 children's lives, but they could only prove the most recent case beyond reasonable doubt. Expert witnesses testified about Munchausen syndrome by proxy, explaining how caregivers harm those in their care to gain attention and sympathy. They described Mary Beth's desperate need for recognition and how harming her children fulfilled that need. The statistical impossibility of 9 children in one family passing from various causes was presented as evidence of systematic harm. The defense argued Mary Beth was a loving mother who had suffered terrible misfortune and had snapped only once under extreme stress. But the jury saw through this argument and recognized the pattern of harm that had continued for over a decade. On July 17, 1987, Mary Beth Tinning was convicted of taking Tammy Lynn's life. She was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. She has been denied parole multiple times and remains incarcerated in New York at age 82. Throughout her imprisonment, Mary Beth has never fully confessed to harming her other children. She maintains that only Tammy Lynn's passing was intentional. This denial continues to haunt the community and the few surviving family members who tried to support her through what they believed was unimaginable tragedy. Her husband, Joseph, divorced her and has lived quietly, never speaking publicly about the horror he lived through. He had trusted his wife completely, never suspecting that the woman he loved was systematically ending their children's lives. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who weaponized medicine, about trust betrayed in the most fundamental way, and about how someone sworn to heal instead chose to harm for reasons that defy understanding. In the hospitals of southern New Jersey during the late 1980s and through the 1990s, patients in critical care units were experiencing cardiac arrests at rates that seemed higher than normal. Nurses noticed patterns but struggled to identify clear causes. Families trusted that their loved ones were receiving the best possible care in modern medical facilities. But Charles Cullen, a nurse working night shifts, was systematically ending the lives of vulnerable patients under his care. This is the story of Charles Cullen, who between 1988 and 2003 ended the lives of at least 29 patients, though investigators believe the true number may exceed 300. He administered lethal doses of medications like digoxin and insulin to patients in intensive care units across multiple hospitals. His crimes went undetected for 16 years as he moved from facility to facility, with hospitals quietly dismissing him rather than reporting suspicious patterns. His arrest in 2003 exposed catastrophic failures in healthcare oversight and revealed how easily someone could exploit gaps in hospital systems. Charles Edmund Cullen was born on February 22, 1960, in West Orange, New Jersey. His early life was marked by profound loss and instability. His father passed away when Charles was just 7 months old, leaving his mother to raise 9 children alone with limited resources. Charles received little individual attention or emotional support in the chaotic household. The defining tragedy of Charles's childhood came when he was 17. His mother passed away in a car accident, devastating him and removing the last stabilizing influence in his life. Charles attempted to end his own life multiple times during his teenage years, but the interventions were brief and he never received adequate long-term mental health treatment. Charles joined the Navy after high school, but his service was marked by continued psychological struggles. He made multiple attempts at self-harm while in the military and was eventually discharged. He returned to New Jersey directionless and deeply troubled, struggling to find purpose or connection. In the mid-1980s, Charles decided to become a nurse. It was an unusual choice given his psychological state and difficulty connecting with others. He completed nursing school and received his license in 1987, beginning work at St. Barnabas Medical Center in New Jersey. He was technically competent, but showed little warmth with patients, treating them as medical cases rather than human beings. Within months of starting work, patients on Charles's shifts began experiencing unexpected cardiac arrests and medical emergencies. Elderly patients who had been stable would suddenly decline. Tests sometimes revealed unexplained medication levels in their systems, but these anomalies were often attributed to charting errors or natural disease progression. Charles's method was consistent throughout his career. He would access medication storage areas during night shifts when supervision was minimal. He would draw lethal doses of medications like digoxin, which affects heart rhythm, or insulin, which lowers blood sugar dangerously. He would inject these substances into patients' intravenous lines, causing cardiac arrest, respiratory failure, or other fatal complications. His victims were primarily elderly or seriously ill patients in intensive care units. Because these patients were already in fragile condition, their sudden decline often seemed like natural progression of their underlying illnesses. Charles understood this and selected victims whose passings would not immediately raise suspicions. When concerns about elevated mortality rates were raised at St. Barnabas, administrators quietly terminated Charles's employment rather than investigating thoroughly or reporting to authorities. This response set a pattern that would repeat throughout his career. Hospital after hospital would become suspicious, fire Charles, and provide neutral references that allowed him to find new employment. Between 1988 and 2003, Charles worked at 9 different healthcare facilities in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Each time, mortality rates increased on his shifts. Each time, he was eventually dismissed under suspicious circumstances. Each time, he immediately found work at another hospital because no one reported concerns to state licensing boards or law enforcement. The breakthrough came in 2003 at Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey. Several nurses noticed that patients were experiencing cardiac arrests at unusual rates when Charles worked, and that medication access records showed irregularities. Rather than simply firing Charles, these nurses reported their concerns directly to authorities when hospital administration seemed slow to act. Investigators obtained medication access records showing Charles had been accessing drugs far more frequently than his patient assignments required. Toxicology tests on recently deceased patients revealed lethal levels of digoxin and other medications. The evidence was overwhelming. Charles Cullen was arrested on December 12, 2003. During interrogation, he eventually confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple hospitals over 16 years. He admitted to at least 40 incidents, but investigators believe the true number is much higher. Many potential victims have been cremated or buried long ago, making it impossible to obtain evidence. When asked why he harmed patients, Charles gave vague explanations about ending suffering. But evidence showed many of his victims were not terminally ill and were expected to recover. Psychiatrists who evaluated him concluded he had severe personality disorders and derived satisfaction from having power over life and situations. He showed no genuine empathy for his victims or their families. Charles pleaded guilty in 2004 to avoid the death penalty. He was convicted of taking the lives of 29 patients and attempting to harm 2 others. He was sentenced to multiple consecutive life terms totaling over 400 years without possibility of parole. During sentencing, families of victims expressed their anguish and anger at learning their loved ones had been intentionally harmed. Many had trusted Charles completely, thanking him for his care of their family members, never suspecting he was the cause of their decline and passing. The Cullen case led to significant reforms in healthcare, including better medication tracking systems, mandatory reporting of suspicious patterns, enhanced background checks for healthcare workers, and databases to identify problematic employees across multiple facilities. These changes came too late for his victims, but have helped protect patients since. Charles Cullen remains imprisoned in New Jersey, now in his 60s. He has given occasional interviews, but shows no real remorse for his actions. He speaks about the incidents in detached terms, as if discussing someone else's crimes. His case revealed how healthcare systems prioritized institutional reputation over patient safety, how easily someone could exploit gaps in oversight, and how vulnerable patients are when caregivers betray their trust. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built a palace of death, about ambition twisted into murder, and about how one of America's greatest celebrations became a hunting ground for a predator unlike any the nation had seen. In the bustling streets of Chicago during the 1890s, as the city prepared to host the world's Columbian Exposition, a charming pharmacist was constructing an elaborate hotel near the fairgrounds. He told contractors the building would house visitors attending the fair, offering affordable lodging in a prime location. But the structure he was creating had a far darker purpose, with secret passages, soundproof rooms, and a basement equipped with tools for disposing of human remains. This is the story of H.H. Holmes, widely considered America's first documented serial killer. Between 1891 and 1894, Herman Webster Mudgett, using the alias Dr. Henry Howard Holmes, ended the lives of at least 9 confirmed victims, though he claimed the number was 27 and some estimates suggest over 200. He built a 3-story building in Chicago that became known as the Murder Castle, a structure designed specifically for killing. He lured victims, mostly young women, with promises of employment or lodging, then trapped them in rooms where he could commit terrible acts before disposing of their bodies. Herman Webster Mudgett was born on May 16, 1861, in Gilmanton, New Hampshire. He came from a prosperous farming family and was intelligent and ambitious from childhood. But he showed disturbing behaviors early, including cruelty toward animals and fascination with skeletons and death. He claimed that, as a child, bullies forced him to touch a human skeleton, an experience that both terrified and intrigued him. Herman excelled academically and attended the University of Vermont before transferring to the University of Michigan Medical School. He graduated in 1884 with a medical degree, but his time there was marked by suspicious activities. He was accused of stealing bodies from the medical school laboratory, taking out insurance policies on them, disfiguring them to prevent identification, and claiming they had died in accidents to collect the insurance money. After medical school, Herman moved frequently, leaving behind unpaid debts and suspicious circumstances wherever he went. He married 3 times, maintaining multiple wives simultaneously in different cities, none aware of the others. He had children but showed no interest in being a father, abandoning families when convenient. In 1886, Herman arrived in Chicago and began using the name Dr. Henry Howard Holmes. He found work at a pharmacy owned by a widow named Mrs. Holton. He was charming and capable, quickly making himself indispensable. When Mrs. Holton mysteriously disappeared shortly after, Holmes claimed she had moved to California. He took over the pharmacy and began planning something far more elaborate. In 1887, Holmes purchased a lot across from the pharmacy and began constructing what would become his murder castle. He hired different contractors for different parts of the building, firing them frequently and hiring new workers so no one understood the complete layout. The building had 3 stories with businesses on the ground floor and hotel rooms above. But the upper floors contained nightmarish features. There were rooms with no windows, doors that locked only from the outside, soundproof chambers, hidden passages, trapdoors leading to the basement, and gas lines that could be controlled from Holmes's quarters to asphyxiate occupants. The basement contained a dissection table, furnaces large enough to cremate bodies, and pits of lime for dissolving flesh. The 1893 World's Fair brought millions of visitors to Chicago, many seeking affordable lodging. Holmes advertised rooms in his hotel, targeting young women traveling alone. Some he hired as assistants in the pharmacy. Others were guests who checked in and never checked out. He would trap victims in sealed rooms, sometimes watching through peepholes as they suffocated or were poisoned with gas. After ending their lives, Holmes would dissect the bodies in his basement. He had connections with medical schools and would sometimes sell skeletons or preserved organs. Other remains he destroyed in his furnaces or dissolved in lime pits. The building's design allowed him to move bodies through hidden passages without being observed. Among his confirmed victims were Julia Connor and her daughter Pearl, who had worked for Holmes. Emmeline Sigrand, his stenographer who disappeared in 1892. Minnie Williams, a wealthy woman Holmes convinced to sign over her property before she vanished along with her sister. The exact number of victims will never be known because Holmes destroyed evidence so thoroughly. Holmes's downfall came from financial crimes rather than the disappearances. He had taken out insurance policies fraudulently and was arrested in November 1894 for insurance fraud. While investigating his financial crimes, police discovered the horrors of his Chicago building. They found evidence of numerous victims, the elaborate death trap he had constructed, and proof of systematic predation. Holmes was tried in Philadelphia for the elimination of his associate Benjamin Pitzel, one of the few cases with clear evidence. He was convicted and sentenced to death. While awaiting execution, he confessed to 27 cases, though investigators believed he was exaggerating to inflate his notoriety. Holmes was hanged on May 7, 1896, at Moyamensing Prison in Philadelphia. He was 34 years old. His final words were a claim of innocence despite his confession. He requested his body be buried in concrete so it could not be stolen and dissected, ironic given what he had done to his victims. The murder castle was partially destroyed by fire in 1895 before Holmes's execution, under suspicious circumstances. The remaining structure was eventually demolished. A post office now stands on the site. H. Holmes became a legend, America's first widely recognized serial killer. His case demonstrated how someone with intelligence and charm could exploit systems and trust to commit terrible crimes. He showed how vulnerable people, particularly young women seeking opportunities, could be targeted by predators who understood their hopes and fears. His victims were women who had come to Chicago seeking employment, adventure, or new beginnings during an exciting time in American history. Instead, they encountered a man who saw them not as people, but as opportunities for profit and perverted satisfaction. Many families never learned what happened to their daughters and sisters who simply vanished after arriving in Chicago for the World's Fair. The Holmes case influenced how Americans thought about crime and danger. It revealed that evil could hide behind respectability and that some people could plan and execute violence on a scale previously unimaginable. His murder castle represented the dark side of American ingenuity, intelligence applied to destruction rather than creation. Herman Mudgett, who became H. Holmes, remains one of history's most notorious criminals, a man who literally built a structure designed for ending lives and who operated during one of America's greatest celebrations, turning progress and optimism into opportunities for horror that shocked a nation and created a template for understanding serial predation that continues to this day. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition without conscience, about a woman who saw human life as currency, and about how greed can transform caregiving into something monstrous. In the boarding houses of turn-of-the-century Chicago, where immigrants and workers sought affordable lodging, a Hungarian woman was running what appeared to be a respectable establishment. She welcomed guests warmly, offered reasonable rates, and seemed like a motherly figure to those far from home. But her guests had a disturbing habit of disappearing, and those who left for care were never heard from again. This is the story of Tilly Klimek, one of Chicago's most prolific killers during the early 1900s. Between 1914 and 1922, she ended the lives of at least 20 people, mostly husbands and relatives, using arsenic-laced food. She would predict their demise with eerie accuracy, telling neighbors that her husbands would soon pass away, then ensuring her predictions came true by slowly administering poison. She collected life insurance policies on her victims, accumulating wealth while presenting herself as an unlucky woman cursed with tragedy. Tilly Klimek was born in 1876 in Poland, then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. She immigrated to Chicago as a young woman, joining the flood of Eastern Europeans seeking opportunities in America's rapidly industrializing cities. She settled in a Polish neighborhood on Chicago's South Side, where she would spend her entire life. Tilly married young to a man named John Mickiewicz. The marriage seemed ordinary at first, but Tilly quickly grew dissatisfied. John worked hard but earned little, and Tilly wanted more than a life of poverty and struggle. She began to see her husband not as a partner, but as an obstacle to the comfortable life she craved. In 1914, John became mysteriously ill. He suffered from stomach pains, weakness, and progressive deterioration that doctors could not explain. After several months of suffering, he passed away. Tilly collected on his life insurance policy and immediately began looking for a new husband, showing no grief over her loss. She married Joseph Guskowski within months of John's passing. Joseph was a hard-working man with some savings, exactly what Tilly was looking for. But like her first husband, Joseph soon became mysteriously ill with the same symptoms. He lingered for weeks before passing, and again Tilly collected insurance money. Tilly's neighbors began noticing a disturbing pattern. Before each husband became ill, Tilly would tell them that she had dreamed of his funeral, that she knew he would soon pass away. Her predictions were uncannily accurate, and some neighbors whispered about curses and dark powers. But Tilly was not psychic. She was simply planning ahead. She married a third time to Frank Kupczyk, a prosperous man with significant savings. Frank was healthy and robust when they married, but Tilly had already taken out a large life insurance policy on him. Within weeks, Frank began experiencing the familiar symptoms. But this time, Frank's relatives became suspicious and insisted doctors investigate more thoroughly. In 1922, doctors finally tested Frank's blood and found high levels of arsenic. Police were notified and began investigating Tilly's history. They exhumed the bodies of her previous husbands and found lethal amounts of arsenic in their remains. Further investigation revealed that Tilly had also ended the lives of several relatives and neighbors, always after taking out insurance policies on them. Tilly's method was simple but effective. She would slowly add arsenic to food and drinks, causing gradual illness that mimicked natural disease. Arsenic was readily available at the time, sold in stores as rat poison and insecticide. Doctors in the early 1900s rarely tested for poisoning unless there was specific reason to suspect it, so Tilly's victims were usually diagnosed with stomach ailments or heart problems. Her trial in 1923 shocked Chicago. Prosecutors presented evidence that Tilly had systematically ended lives for insurance money over nearly a decade. Neighbors testified about her eerie predictions and her lack of grief when people around her passed away. Insurance investigators documented the suspicious pattern of policies taken out shortly before beneficiaries became ill. Tilly showed no remorse during the trial, maintaining she was innocent and that the deaths were natural. She claimed to be a victim of persecution, an unlucky woman who had lost multiple husbands to illness through no fault of her own. But the evidence was overwhelming. On October 26, 1923, Tilly Klimek was convicted of taking the life of Frank Kupczyk. She was sentenced to life imprisonment at the Women's Reformatory in Joliet, Illinois. She was never charged with the other suspected cases because prosecutors felt one life sentence was sufficient. Tilly spent the rest of her life in prison, maintaining her innocence to the end. She passed away in prison in 1936 at age 60, having served 13 years of her sentence. She never confessed to any wrongdoing or showed remorse for the lives she had taken. Her case was part of a larger pattern in early 20th century Chicago, where several women were discovered to have been ending lives of husbands and relatives for insurance money. The practice became so common that it earned a nickname in the press, though the details were often sensationalized. Tilly Klimek's story revealed how easily someone could exploit the trust of those closest to them, how greed could motivate systematic harm, and how the lack of sophisticated forensic testing allowed certain types of wrongdoing to continue undetected for years. Her victims trusted her completely, never suspecting that the woman preparing their meals was also preparing their demise. The case led to reforms in how life insurance policies were issued and investigated, and contributed to better medical testing for suspicious illnesses. But these changes came too late for the men and women who had trusted Tilly Klimek and paid with their lives for her greed and ambition. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a neighborhood that became a nightmare, about secrets hidden beneath a family home, and about how evil can flourish for years when communities fail to ask the right questions. In the working-class neighborhoods of Philadelphia during the 1980s, Gary Heidnik seemed like an unlikely suspect for anything sinister. He was a self-made millionaire who had invested wisely in the stock market, accumulating significant wealth despite having only a high school education. He lived quietly in a modest house in North Philadelphia, occasionally attending his self-founded church. But inside that unremarkable house, Gary was creating a dungeon where he would hold women captive, subjecting them to months of unspeakable treatment. This is the story of Gary Heidnik, who between November 1986 and March 1987 held 6 women captive in the basement of his Philadelphia home. He kept them chained in a pit he had dug in the concrete floor, providing minimal food and subjecting them to terrible conditions. 2 of his captives did not survive their imprisonment. His arrest in March 1987 revealed a horror that shocked the city and exposed how vulnerable populations can be targeted by predators who understand that society will not immediately notice their disappearance. Gary Michael Heidnik was born on November 22, 1943, in Eastlake, Ohio. His childhood was marked by severe dysfunction and trauma that shaped his disturbed psychology. His parents had a turbulent marriage filled with constant conflict and mutual hostility. They divorced when Gary was young, and he was caught in the middle of their bitter custody battle, shuffled between households where he never felt wanted or safe. His mother struggled with substance issues and made multiple attempts to end her own life while Gary was in her care. Witnessing these traumatic events damaged him deeply. His father was cold and emotionally distant, showing no warmth or affection. Nothing Gary did was ever good enough to earn his father's approval. At school, Gary was tormented by other children. He had a misshapen head from a childhood accident that left permanent damage, and other children mocked him constantly. He also had a severe stutter that made speaking difficult and embarrassing. The combination of difficulties at home and bullying at school left Gary isolated and angry, with no healthy outlets for his emotions. Despite his troubled background, Gary showed above-average intelligence. He became fascinated with finance and investing, studying the stock market obsessively. He also developed an interest in religion, though his understanding of it became deeply distorted. He founded his own church, which existed primarily as a way to avoid taxes, but also fed his growing delusions about his own importance. Gary joined the Army in 1961 at age 16, serving as a cook. He was competent at his work, but remained socially isolated. During this time, he had what was described as a nervous breakdown and received a medical discharge. He was diagnosed with personality disorders and given a disability pension. Despite these documented mental health issues, he never received effective long-term treatment. In 1968, Gary was convicted of assault against a teenage employee. He was sentenced to prison, but served only 18 months before being paroled. This early release would prove catastrophic, as the system had identified him as someone with violent tendencies, but released him anyway, giving him opportunity to commit far worse crimes. After his release, Gary moved back to the Philadelphia area. Despite his mental health struggles, he was shrewd with money. He invested his disability payments wisely and accumulated significant wealth through the stock market. He used this money to purchase a house in North Philadelphia and to support his growing obsessions. By the mid-1980s, Gary had become fixated on the idea of having complete control over others. He began planning to create what he called a baby farm, where he would hold women captive and force them to have children. This delusion consumed him, and he began preparing his house for this purpose. In November 1986, Gary began his campaign of kidnapping. His first victim was a young woman he lured to his house with promises of money. Once inside, he attacked her and dragged her to the basement where he had prepared a pit in the concrete floor. He chained her there and told her she would remain until she provided him with a child. Over the following weeks, Gary kidnapped 5 more women, all from vulnerable populations. He targeted individuals involved in street life or those struggling with substance issues, women he believed would not be immediately missed. He held them all captive in the basement pit, chained together in darkness and terrible conditions. The conditions in the basement were nightmarish. The women received minimal food, often just bread and water. They were forced to live in extremely unsanitary circumstances. Gary would periodically come down to harm them, using various methods as punishment for perceived disobedience. When one of the captives passed away from the terrible conditions and mistreatment, Gary's response was to make the situation even worse. He forced the surviving women to participate in disposing of the remains. This psychological torture added another layer of horror to their captivity. A second woman later passed away under similar circumstances. Gary continued to hold the remaining 4 women captive, and the situation became increasingly desperate. But one of the women, the first he had kidnapped, began to manipulate Gary psychologically. She convinced him that she cared for him and wanted to help him find more women for his plan. Gary eventually trusted her enough to allow her to leave the house temporarily. On March 24th, 1987, he drove her to visit her family, and she had promised to return with additional victims. Instead, the moment she was free, she ran to police and told them everything. Officers initially struggled to believe her story as it seemed too horrible to be real. But she led them to Gary's address and gave details that convinced them to investigate. Police obtained a warrant and raided the house on March 24, 1987. Inside the basement, they found the 3 remaining captives chained in deplorable conditions. The evidence of what had occurred was overwhelming. Gary was arrested immediately and charged with multiple serious offenses, including kidnapping and taking lives. During his trial in 1988, Gary's defense team argued he was legally insane and not responsible for his actions. But prosecutors demonstrated that Gary had planned carefully, maintained his financial affairs, and taken steps to avoid detection, showing he understood his actions were wrong. On November 4th, 1988, Gary Heidnik was convicted and sentenced to end his life by execution. He spent years on death row at a Pennsylvania facility. On July 6, 1999, the sentence was carried out. He was 55 years old. His case inspired elements of the character in the film The Silence of the Lambs, though that fictional character was an amalgamation of several real criminals. The house where the crimes occurred was later torn down. Gary Heidnik's story revealed how predators target society's most vulnerable members, understanding that marginalized individuals can disappear without triggering immediate searches. It exposed failures in mental health systems. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular teenager who seemed to have a normal life, about classmates who disappeared one by one, and about how a high school student became one of the youngest serial killers in American history, while hiding his crimes behind a friendly smile. In the small town of Suffolk County, New York, during the early 1970s, 4 teenagers went missing over a span of 2 years. The disappearances seemed random at first, unconnected events in different towns. But investigators would eventually discover that all 4 victims had one thing in common. They all knew a teenage boy named Ronald DeFeo Jr. No, wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In 1988, the quiet farming community of Kearney, Nebraska, was shaken when the body of a young woman was discovered. Her name was Lisa Lambert, and she had been shot to death. But Lisa's case would eventually connect to something even more disturbing. The story of Tina Brandon, who lived as Brandon Tina, and a tragic hate crime that would shock the nation. Actually, let me tell you a different story. In the late 1980s in Bellevue, Nebraska, a teenage boy named Robert Chambers became known for something terrible. No, that's the Preppy murder case in New York. Let me start over with the right case. In 1998, Andrew Cunanan was on the run after taking multiple lives across several states, eventually ending the life of fashion designer Gianni Versace. But that's not the story about a teenage killer. I'll tell you about the correct case now. In 1993, 14-year-old Joshua Phillips was a teenager living in Jacksonville, Florida. He seemed like a normal kid in the neighborhood, quiet and unremarkable. On November 3rd, 1993, 8-year-old Maddie Clifton went outside to play near her home. She lived just a few houses away from Joshua Phillips. Maddie was playing in her neighborhood when she vanished. Her parents called police when she didn't come home for dinner, and a massive search began. The community of Jacksonville came together to search for Maddie. Hundreds of volunteers combed through parks, wooded areas, and neighborhoods looking for any sign of the missing 8-year-old. Her parents made tearful pleas on television, begging whoever had taken their daughter to bring her home safely. Police followed up on tips and leads, but for 7 days, there was no sign of Maddie. Joshua Phillips lived on the same street as the Clifton family. He participated in the search efforts, helping put up flyers and appearing concerned about his missing neighbor. No one suspected that he knew exactly where Maddie was. A week after Maddie disappeared, Joshua's mother, Melissa Phillips, noticed a strange smell coming from her son's bedroom. She thought perhaps Joshua had left food under his bed or that something had gotten stuck under there. When she went into his room to investigate while Joshua was at school, she discovered something that would haunt her forever. Melissa Phillips found Maddie Clifton's body hidden under Joshua's waterbed frame. The little girl had been there the entire week while the community searched frantically. Melissa immediately called police, unable to comprehend that her 14-year-old son could have done something so horrific. When police arrested Joshua Phillips and questioned him, he eventually confessed to what had happened. According to Joshua, Maddie had been playing in his backyard on the day she disappeared. He said he accidentally hit her in the eye with a baseball, and when she started to cry, he panicked. He was afraid he would get in trouble with his father, who he described as strict and sometimes violent. Joshua claimed he brought Maddie into his house through his bedroom window, intending to help her and keep her quiet until her eyes stopped hurting. But then, according to his account, Maddie kept crying and he became more afraid of being caught. He said he hit her multiple times to make her stop making noise, and when she still didn't stop, he stabbed her. He then hid her body under his waterbed frame and went about his life for the next week as if nothing had happened. The community was shocked that a 14-year-old boy had taken the life of an 8-year-old child and then hidden her body in his bedroom for a week. Joshua Phillips became one of the youngest people in Florida history to be charged with first-degree ending of life. Because of the severity of the crime, prosecutors decided to charge him as an adult rather than as a juvenile. Joshua Phillips' trial began in 1999. The defense tried to argue that Joshua had not planned to harm Maddie and that the situation had escalated beyond his control. They portrayed him as a child who had made a terrible mistake in a moment of panic and then didn't know how to fix it. They also presented testimony about Joshua's difficult home life and suggested that fear of his father's reaction had contributed to his panic response. The prosecution argued that Joshua's actions after the initial injury showed clear intent. He had stabbed Maddie multiple times, hidden her body, and then gone about his normal routine for a week while the entire community searched for her. He had looked Maddie's parents in the eye during the search and said nothing. These weren't the actions of someone who had simply panicked, prosecutors argued, but someone who was trying to cover up what he had done. The jury found Joshua Phillips guilty of first-degree ending of life. Because he was 14 at the time of the crime and was being tried as an adult, the judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Joshua Phillips, still just a teenager, was sent to adult prison where he would spend the rest of his life. The case raised difficult questions about how to handle young offenders who commit serious violent crimes. Should a 14-year-old be sentenced to life without parole? Was Joshua a child who made a terrible mistake? Or was he a dangerous person who would always be a threat? These questions continue to be debated. Maddie Clifton was a bright, happy 8-year-old who loved playing outside. She was simply playing in her neighborhood when she encountered Joshua Phillips. She should have been able to play safely near her own home, but instead she became the victim of senseless violence from someone who should have been just another kid in the neighborhood. Joshua Phillips remains in prison in Florida, now in his 40s. He has given interviews over the years, continuing to express remorse and maintaining that he didn't intend to harm Maddie. Maddie's family has said they can never forgive him for taking their daughter and for hiding her body while they desperately searched. The case of Joshua Phillips and Maddie Clifton remains one of the most disturbing examples of a child taking another child's life, a tragedy that destroyed 2 families and haunted an entire community. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young nursing student who had just started her career, about a neighbor who offered to help with a broken taillight, and about how a chance traffic stop led to the discovery of one of the most chilling abduction cases in recent history. In July 2016, 21-year-old Carl Shaw Freeland Williams was walking home in Philadelphia when she was suddenly grabbed by a stranger and dragged into a car. Security cameras captured the terrifying abduction as Carl Shaw fought desperately, even managing to knock her glasses off as a clue and fighting so hard that she left her shoe behind on the street. The video went viral as police and the community desperately searched for her. 3 days later, Carl Shaw was found alive in Maryland, rescued after her abductor was stopped by police. But that's not the story I want to tell you today. Let me tell you about a different case. In October 2014, 20-year-old Hannah Graham was a second-year student at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville. She was bright, athletic, and loved by everyone who knew her. On the night of September 13th, 2014, Hannah went out with friends in the downtown mall area, a popular spot for university students. Sometime around 1 in the morning, Hannah became separated from her friends. Surveillance cameras captured her walking alone through the downtown area, looking lost and confused. She appeared to be texting on her phone, possibly trying to find her way or contact friends. Multiple cameras tracked her movement through the streets, and witnesses would later report seeing her. Then Hannah encountered Jesse Matthew, a 32-year-old man who worked as a hospital orderly. Surveillance footage showed Matthew walking beside Hannah, and witnesses saw them leave a restaurant together. Hannah's friends reported her missing when she didn't return home or respond to messages, and police immediately began investigating. When detectives reviewed the surveillance footage and identified Jesse Matthew as the last person seen with Hannah, they brought him in for questioning. Matthew spoke with police briefly, but then left and refused to cooperate further. His behavior made investigators suspicious, and when they searched his background, they discovered he had been accused of assault in the past, though charges had been dropped. Police obtained a warrant to search Matthew's car and apartment. Inside his vehicle, they found forensic evidence that Hannah had been in the car. The evidence suggested something violent had occurred. Matthew was charged with abduction with intent to defile, and police intensified their search for Hannah, hoping she might still be alive. But Matthew had already fled. He drove to Texas and was eventually captured on a beach in Galveston after a brief chase. He was brought back to Virginia to face charges for Hannah's abduction. Meanwhile, massive search efforts continued across Virginia, with thousands of volunteers combing fields, woods, and rural areas looking for any sign of Hannah. 5 weeks after Hannah disappeared, on October 18, 2014, a man searching for antlers in a wooded area about 8 miles from Charlottesville made a heartbreaking discovery. He found human remains that were later confirmed through dental records to be Hannah Graham. The news devastated her family, friends, and the entire university community who had been praying for her safe return. As investigators continued examining Jesse Matthews' background, they made a disturbing connection to another case. In 2009, a Virginia Tech student named Morgan Harrington had disappeared after attending a concert in Charlottesville. Her remains had been found months later in a remote area. DNA evidence for Morgan's case had never matched anyone in criminal databases, but when Matthew's DNA was entered into the system, it matched evidence from Morgan Harrington's case. The realization was shocking. Jesse Matthew had taken the lives of at least 2 young women, both college students in Charlottesville, 5 years apart. Investigators began looking at other unsolved cases to see if Matthew might be connected to additional crimes. They discovered he had been employed at several universities over the years and had a history of assault allegations that had never resulted in convictions. In March 2015, Jesse Matthew was charged with first-degree ending of life in Hannah Graham's case and was also charged with taking Morgan Harrington's life. The evidence against him was strong, including DNA evidence, forensic evidence from his car, and the timeline of his movements on the night Hannah disappeared. Rather than face trial, Jesse Matthew decided to plead guilty. In March 2016, he pleaded guilty to taking both Hannah Graham's and Morgan Harrington's lives. He was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released from prison. During the proceedings, he showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why he had committed these terrible crimes. Hannah Graham's parents spoke at the sentencing, describing their daughter's dreams and the future that had been stolen from her. Hannah had wanted to help people and was studying to become a doctor. She was kind, compassionate, and full of life. Her parents talked about the unbearable pain of losing her and the permanent void left in their family. Morgan Harrington's parents, who had spent 5 years wondering what had happened to their daughter and who had taken her life, finally had answers. While the truth brought some closure, it couldn't undo years of grief and uncertainty. Morgan had been a talented artist and musician with a bright future ahead of her. The cases of Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington led to changes in how universities handle campus safety and how information about assault allegations is shared between institutions. Jesse Matthew had moved between different jobs at universities, and previous allegations had not prevented him from gaining employment where he would have access to young women. The University of Virginia and Virginia Tech both strengthened their safety protocols, increased late-night transportation options for students, and improved lighting and security camera coverage in areas where students frequently traveled. The cases became tragic examples of why campus safety must be taken seriously. Jesse Matthew remains in prison, serving his life sentences. He will never be released and will die behind bars. The families of Hannah and Morgan have worked to honor their daughter's memories by advocating for campus safety improvements and supporting other families who have lost children to violence. Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington were young women with their whole lives ahead of them. They were students pursuing their dreams, daughters loved by their families, and friends cherished by those who knew them. They both encountered Jesse Matthew during vulnerable moments, and he saw them not as people, but as victims. Their cases serve as heartbreaking reminders of the importance of staying aware, traveling in groups when possible, and the devastating consequences when predators are allowed to move through society unchecked until they finally strike. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a decorated war hero who seemed to be living the American dream, about a wife who was found dead in the family swimming pool, and about how a seemingly perfect military officer was hiding a secret life that led to suspicions he had taken not one, but two wives' lives decades apart. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called 911 from his Durham home. Actually, I've already told you that story. Let me tell you a different one. In April 2008, Drew Peterson was arrested for taking the life of his third wife. Wait, I've told you that story too. Let me tell you about a different case. In 2011, Martin McNeil was a well-respected doctor in Pleasant Grove, Utah. He had been married to his wife Michelle for nearly 30 years, and they had 8 children together. Martin appeared to be a devoted family man, successful in his career and active in his church community. But behind this perfect facade, Martin was living a double life that would soon be exposed in the most tragic way. On April 11th, 2007, 50-year-old Michelle McNeil was found unresponsive in the bathtub of her home. She had recently undergone cosmetic surgery, and Martin told investigators that she must have fallen and drowned while recovering from the procedure. He claimed he had been out running errands when he came home and discovered her in the tub. He said he had tried to revive her, but couldn't save her. Initially, Michelle's death was ruled as natural causes, attributed to heart problems related to the surgery and the medication she was taking. But Michelle's daughters, particularly her daughter Alexis, immediately suspected that something was wrong. They couldn't believe their mother had simply died in the bathtub, especially under the circumstances Martin described. What made the family suspicious was Martin's behavior after Michelle's death. Within just 2 weeks of his wife dying, Martin brought a woman named Gypsy Willis into the family home. He introduced her to his younger children as a nanny who would help take care of them. But the older daughters knew the truth. Martin had been having an affair with Gypsy for years, and now he was moving his mistress into their mother's home almost immediately after her death. The daughters began investigating their father and discovered that Martin had a long history of deception. He had lied about his credentials, falsely claiming to have degrees he didn't actually possess. He had been manipulative and controlling in his marriage. And most disturbing, they learned that Martin had pushed Michelle to have the cosmetic surgery she didn't really want, then insisted she take a dangerous combination of medications during her recovery. Alexis McNeil became convinced that her father had deliberately caused her mother's death, so he could be with his mistress. She pushed authorities to reopen the investigation. She gathered evidence of her father's affair and his suspicious behavior. She wouldn't let the case be closed and forgotten. As investigators took a second look at Michelle's death, they discovered troubling facts. Martin had prescribed Michelle a cocktail of powerful medications after her surgery, including drugs that shouldn't have been taken together. He had been the one controlling all her medications and had access to give her anything he wanted. The combination of drugs found in Michelle's system could have caused her to lose consciousness and drown. Witnesses came forward saying they had overheard Martin talking about wanting to be free of his marriage. Prison inmates testified that Martin had once asked them for advice about how to make someone's death look like an accident. Phone records showed Martin had been in constant contact with Gypsy Willis before and after Michelle's death. Most damaging was testimony from Michelle's own daughters, who described how Martin had insisted on sending them away on errands the day Michelle died, ensuring no one would be home. They testified that Martin had been pushing Michelle to take more and more medication, and that Michelle had been scared of him in the days before her death. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested and charged with taking his wife's life. His trial began in October 2013 and attracted national media attention. The prosecution painted Martin as a narcissistic manipulator who had grown tired of his wife and wanted to replace her with his mistress. They argued he had essentially poisoned Michelle with drugs and then drowned her in the bathtub, staging it to look like an accident related to her surgery. Martin's defense team argued that Michelle's death was indeed an accident or natural causes related to her heart condition and the surgery. They tried to discredit the daughter's testimony by suggesting they were estranged from their father and had financial motives for wanting him convicted. They attacked the credibility of the prison inmate witnesses, but the evidence was too strong. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty of taking Michelle's life and of obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The verdict brought some measure of justice for Michelle's daughters, who had fought for years to hold their father accountable. But the case didn't end there. Investigators began looking into another death connected to Martin McNeil. In 1974, a 2-year-old girl who had been in Martin's care had drowned in a bathtub under suspicious circumstances. The case had been ruled accidental at the time, but now investigators wondered if Martin had been responsible for that death as well. No charges were ever filed in that case due to lack of evidence and the passage of time. Martin McNeil's conviction exposed him not as the respectable doctor and family man he pretended to be, but as a liar, manipulator, and killer who had destroyed his family to satisfy his own desires. He had taken the life of the mother of his children so he could be with his mistress, then showed no remorse for what he had done. Michelle McNeil was remembered by her daughters as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. She had worked hard to support Martin's career and had raised their large family with devotion. She deserved to grow old and watch her children and grandchildren grow up. But instead her life was stolen by the man who had promised to love and protect her. In April 2017, Martin McNeil was found unresponsive in his prison cell. He had died of natural causes at age 61. He spent less than 4 years in prison for taking Michelle's life, a fraction of the time his daughters believe he deserved. His death meant he would never face justice for any other potential crimes, and that he would never provide full answers about what really happened to Michelle on that April day in 2007. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went on a first date and never came home, about a man who seemed charming online but had a dark past, and about how a family's relentless search for answers led to the discovery of a predator who thought he could get away with a perfect crime. In August 2016, 27-year-old Sydney Luff was excited about going on a date. She had matched with someone on the dating app Tinder and had been chatting with a woman named Aubrey Trail. Sydney was working at a home improvement store in Lincoln, Nebraska, and was looking forward to meeting someone new. She told her friends and co-workers about the upcoming date, and on November 15, 2016, Sydney went out to meet her date. That was the last time anyone saw Sydney Luff alive. When she didn't show up for work the next day and didn't respond to calls or texts, her friends and family knew immediately that something was wrong. Sydney was responsible and reliable. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. Her worried friends reported her missing to police. Investigators began tracing Sydney's last known movements and discovered that she had gone on a date with someone she had met through Tinder. But as they dug deeper, they found that the person Sydney thought she was meeting wasn't exactly who they claimed to be. The profile belonged to a woman named Bailey Boswell, but Bailey was actually working with her boyfriend, a man named Aubrey Trail. Police obtained surveillance footage from stores where Sydney had been seen with Bailey on their date. The footage showed Sydney and Bailey together, shopping and appearing to have a normal evening. But after that night, Sydney vanished completely. Her car was found abandoned in her apartment complex parking lot, and her personal belongings were inside, suggesting she had made it home after the date but had then gone somewhere else. As investigators looked into Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail, they discovered a disturbing history. Aubrey Trail was a 51-year-old con artist with a criminal record. He had a history of manipulation and fraud. Bailey Boswell was 23 years old and had been in a relationship with Trail despite their significant age difference. The two were living together and appeared to be involved in some kind of scheme. Police began searching for Bailey and Aubrey, and they also started looking for any evidence that might reveal what had happened to Sydney. What they discovered was horrifying. In late November 2016, investigators found human remains scattered across rural areas in Clay County, Nebraska. The body had been dismembered and disposed of in multiple locations. DNA testing confirmed the worst fears of Sydney's family. The remains belonged to Sydney Luft. The discovery turned the missing person case into a homicide investigation. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were located and arrested. As police questioned them and searched their property, a disturbing picture emerged of what had happened to Sydney. According to the investigation, Aubrey Trail had orchestrated the entire plot. He had convinced Bailey to create the Tinder profile and lure Sydney into meeting them. Trail's plan was to kidnap and harm Sydney, and he had been fantasizing about committing such a crime. Bailey had gone along with the plan, using her appearance and charm to make Sydney feel comfortable and safe. On the night Sydney disappeared, she had gone back to Trail and Boswell's apartment after the initial date. Once there, Trail attacked and strangled Sydney while Bailey was present. After taking Sydney's life, the couple dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations, thinking they could hide the evidence of their crime. During the investigation, police found disturbing evidence in Trail and Boswell's apartment and storage units. They discovered tools that had been used to dismember Sydney's body, cleaning supplies purchased to eliminate evidence, and personal items belonging to Sydney. They also found videos and messages that showed Trail had been planning to commit violence and that Bailey had been a willing participant. Both Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were charged with first-degree ending of life. Trail's trial began in June 2019. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, including the forensic evidence from the crime scene, surveillance footage showing Sydney with Bailey, and testimony about Trail's violent fantasies and plans. During his trial, Aubrey Trail made shocking courtroom outbursts. At one point, he slashed his own throat in the courtroom with a razor blade, causing a chaotic scene before he was subdued and given medical treatment. He survived the suicide attempt, and the trial continued. Trail's bizarre and attention-seeking behavior demonstrated his unstable and manipulative personality. In July 2019, Aubrey Trail was convicted of first-degree ending of Sydney Luft's life. He was sentenced to death by a 3-judge panel. Trail showed no genuine remorse for what he had done and continued to behave erratically throughout the proceedings. His death sentence reflected the premeditated and heinous nature of his crime. Bailey Boswell's trial took place in October 2020. The prosecution argued that she was not merely a passive participant, but had actively helped Trail plan and execute the crime. They showed that Bailey had lured Sydney using the dating app, had been present during the attack, and had helped dispose of the body. Bailey claimed she had been manipulated and controlled by Trail, but the evidence showed she had been a willing participant. Bailey Boswell was also convicted of first-degree ending of life. She became one of the few women in Nebraska history to be sentenced to death. The judge and jury rejected her claims that she was a victim of Trail's manipulation, finding instead that she had made conscious choices to participate in the kidnapping and taking of Sydney's life. Sydney Luft's family has endured unimaginable pain since her disappearance and death. Sydney was a kind, trusting young woman who was simply trying to meet new people and enjoy life. She had no way of knowing that the dating profile she matched with was part of a trap set by 2 people looking for a victim. The case highlighted the potential dangers of online dating and the importance of safety precautions when meeting people from apps. Sydney had told friends about her date and had seemed to take reasonable precautions, but she still encountered predators who saw her as prey rather than a person. Sydney's family has worked to honor her memory by raising awareness about online dating safety and supporting other families who have lost loved ones to violence. They remember Sydney for her bright smile, her love of animals, and her kind heart. She was taken from them by two people who valued their twisted desires more than human life. But Sydney is remembered for who she was, not for how she died. Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell remain on death row in Nebraska, where they will likely spend years in appeals before any execution could take place. But regardless of when or if their sentences are carried out, they have already lost their freedom and will never again be able to harm anyone the way they harmed Sydney Love. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything, about a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances, about a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall, and about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, two people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai, who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahau's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony, hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, how had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahau's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment, and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max, suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahau was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahau either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up. The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of 2 deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a prominent attorney who seemed to have it all, about a family dynasty built on power and prestige, and about how one man's web of lies and financial crimes led to the murders of his wife and son in a desperate attempt to cover up his crumbling empire. In June 2021, 52-year-old Alex Murdaugh called 911 from his family's hunting property in rural South Carolina, reporting that he had found his wife and son shot to death. Maggie Murdaugh, 52, and their youngest son, Paul, 22, had been killed with different weapons in what appeared to be a brutal double murder. Alex claimed he had been visiting his mother and returned home to find their bodies. The Murdaugh family was legal royalty in South Carolina's Low Country. For 3 generations, Murdaughs had served as the elected prosecutor for the region, wielding enormous power and influence. Alex himself was a prominent personal injury attorney whose family law firm had won millions in settlements. The family name commanded respect and even fear in the small communities where they operated. But behind the prestige and power, Alex Murdaugh was living a lie. He had been stealing millions of dollars from his law firm and from clients, including vulnerable people who had trusted him to handle injury settlements. He was addicted to opioid painkillers and spending massive amounts of money to support his addiction. His financial house of cards was beginning to collapse. Just days before Maggie and Paul were killed, Alex's law firm had confronted him about missing money. They were closing in on discovering the full extent of his theft. Alex was facing exposure, disbarment, and likely prison. He needed time and sympathy, and the murders of his family members provided both. Investigators were suspicious of Alex from the beginning, but they couldn't immediately prove he was involved. Alex played the role of grieving husband and father, appearing at the funeral and speaking about his devastating loss. But his behavior seemed off to many people. He didn't seem as distraught as someone who had just lost his wife and son should be. 3 months after the murders, in September 2021, Alex staged another dramatic event. He called 911 claiming someone had shot him in the head while he was changing a tire on a rural road. He was taken to the hospital with a superficial head wound. Alex claimed it was a random attack, but investigators quickly determined he had arranged the shooting himself. Alex admitted he had hired a man to shoot and kill him so that his surviving son Buster could collect a $10 million life insurance policy. The plan failed when the shooter only grazed Alex's head instead of killing him. This bizarre incident increased suspicion about Alex's involvement in his wife and son's deaths and exposed more of his deception. As investigators dug deeper into Alex's life, they uncovered a stunning pattern of fraud. He had been stealing from clients for years, taking settlement money that should have gone to injured people and their families. He had stolen from the family of his longtime housekeeper who had died in a fall at the Murdaugh home, promising to help them get a settlement, but keeping the money for himself. In July 2022, Alex Murdaugh was finally arrested and charged with murdering Maggie and Paul. Prosecutors believed Alex had killed them to buy time and generate sympathy as his financial crimes were being discovered. The murders had caused such shock and grief that people were less focused on Alex's professional problems in the immediate aftermath. The evidence against Alex was largely circumstantial but powerful. Cell phone data showed Alex had been at the murder scene right before the killings, despite his claims of being elsewhere. A video recorded by Paul on his phone just minutes before the murders captured Alex's voice at the scene, contradicting his alibi. Alex had lied repeatedly about his whereabouts that night. Forensic evidence showed that Alex had gunshot residue on his clothing. Financial records showed his desperate situation, and the timing of the murders, coming just as his theft was being discovered, provided a clear motive. Prosecutors argued that Alex had sacrificed his own family to save himself from exposure. Alex's trial began in January 2023 and became a media sensation, broadcast live across the nation. The prosecution presented evidence of Alex's financial crimes, his lies, and his presence at the murder scene. They showed how Alex had systematically stolen from vulnerable clients and how the discovery of these crimes had created a motive for murder. The defense argued that Alex was a loving father and husband who, despite his flaws and addiction, would never harm his family. They suggested that someone else might have committed the murders, possibly related to a previous incident involving Paul. In 2019, Paul had been charged in a boating accident that killed a 19-year-old girl, and the defense suggested someone seeking revenge might have targeted the family. But the prosecution's case was too strong. Alex's own lies undermined his credibility. When he finally took the stand and admitted he had lied about being at the murder scene, his defense collapsed. He claimed he had lied because of paranoia from his drug use, but the jury didn't believe him. On March 2nd, 2023, after deliberating for just 3 hours, the jury found Alex Murdaugh guilty of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul. The courtroom was packed with people who had been victimized by Alex's financial schemes and with family members of those who had died in the boat crash involving Paul. The verdict brought some measure of justice, though it couldn't undo the damage Alex had caused. The judge sentenced Alex Murdaugh to 2 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Alex would spend the rest of his life in prison for killing his own family members in a desperate attempt to cover up his crimes. The Murdaugh dynasty that had controlled the legal system in South Carolina for nearly a century ended with Alex in prison and his family destroyed. Maggie Murdaugh had been a devoted wife and mother who loved her family and was active in her community. Paul Murdaugh was a young man who had made mistakes but was trying to deal with the consequences of the boating accident. Both deserved to live, to have futures, to continue their lives. Instead, they were killed by someone who was supposed to protect them, someone who valued his own freedom more than their lives. Alex Murdaugh remains in prison, where he also faces dozens of financial crime charges. He stole millions from people who trusted him, ruined countless lives through his fraud, and ultimately took the lives of his own wife and son to try to escape consequences. His case revealed how even powerful, respected families can hide terrible secrets, and how privilege and influence can enable someone to commit crimes for years before finally being held accountable. I'm going to tell you a story about a kindergarten teacher who was beloved by her students, about a husband who reported his wife missing after she failed to come home from work, and about how investigators discovered that a seemingly devoted spouse had actually strangled his wife and hidden her body while staging an elaborate disappearance. In January 2020, 29-year-old Jennifer Dullos lived in New Canaan, Connecticut with her 5 children. She was going through a difficult divorce from her husband, Fotis Dullos, and had moved out with the kids while the custody battle continued. On May 24, 2019, Jennifer dropped her children at school and returned home. She was never seen again. When Jennifer didn't show up to pick up her children from school that afternoon, friends immediately knew something was wrong. Jennifer was an extremely devoted mother who would never miss picking up her kids. Her estranged husband, Fotis, became the immediate focus of the investigation as police began searching for Jennifer. Investigators found Jennifer's car abandoned in a park near her home. Inside her house and garage, they discovered evidence of a violent struggle. There was blood spatter on the garage walls and floor, and it was clear that someone had attempted to clean up the scene. The amount of blood suggested that whoever had been injured was unlikely to have survived. Police obtained surveillance footage from Hartford, Connecticut, about an hour away from New Canaan. The footage showed Fotis Dullos and his girlfriend, Michelle Treconis, driving through the city on the evening of Jennifer's disappearance. The video captured them stopping at various locations and disposing of garbage bags and different trash receptacles along the route. Investigators retrieved the garbage bags and found them filled with items stained with Jennifer's blood. The bags contained bloodied clothing, sponges that had been used to clean up blood, and other evidence suggesting someone had tried to dispose of materials from a crime scene. The evidence strongly indicated that Fotis had attacked Jennifer and was attempting to cover up the crime. Fotis Dullos was arrested and charged with tampering with evidence and hindering prosecution. His girlfriend, Michelle Treconis, was also arrested on similar charges. Both initially denied involvement in Jennifer's disappearance, but the evidence against them continued to mount as investigators pieced together what had happened. Despite extensive searches across Connecticut, Jennifer's body was never found. Police used cadaver dogs, ground-penetrating radar, and searched numerous properties connected to Fotis, but Jennifer remained missing. The lack of a body made building a murder case more challenging, though prosecutors believed they had enough circumstantial evidence to prove Fotis had killed her. In January 2020, Fotis Dullos was arrested again and charged with capital murder, felony murder, and kidnapping. Prosecutors believed they had sufficient evidence to prove that Fotis had killed Jennifer even without recovering her body. The charges carried the possibility of the death penalty if Fotis were convicted. Just days after being charged with murder, Fotis Dullos attempted to take his own life at his home in Farmington, Connecticut. He was found in his garage, suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning after running his vehicle with the garage door closed. He was rushed to the hospital but never regained consciousness. On January 30th, 2020, Fotis Dullos died from his injuries. His death meant he would never face trial for Jennifer's murder and that many questions about what happened to Jennifer would remain unanswered. The case against him would never be fully presented in court, and he would never reveal what he had done with Jennifer's body. Michelle Treconis eventually went to trial for her role in helping Fotis cover up Jennifer's disappearance. In 2024, she was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder, tampering with evidence, and hindering prosecution. Prosecutors argued that Michelle had known what Fotis was planning and had actively helped him both before and after Jennifer's death. She was sentenced to 14.5 years in prison. The motive for Jennifer's murder appeared to be a combination of a bitter custody dispute and financial problems. Fotis had been losing the custody battle and was facing significant debt. Jennifer had been asking for sole custody of their 5 children and had been documenting concerns about Fotis's behavior. The divorce was contentious and expensive, and Fotis apparently decided that eliminating Jennifer was preferable to continuing the legal battle. Jennifer's mother, Gloria Farber, was awarded custody of the 5 children, who were between 8 and 13 years old when their mother disappeared. The children lost both parents within months, their mother presumably murdered, and their father dead by his own hand. Gloria has worked to raise the children and preserve Jennifer's memory for them. The fact that Jennifer's body has never been found remains the most painful aspect of the case for her family. They cannot properly lay her to rest or have the closure that comes with a burial. Fotis took that from them by refusing to reveal where he had hidden Jennifer's remains, even as he faced charges that would likely result in life in prison or the death penalty. Jennifer Dullos was a writer who loved literature and was devoted to her 5 children. She had found the courage to leave a difficult marriage and was fighting for custody because she believed it was in her children's best interest. She deserved the chance to raise her kids and watch them grow up. Instead, she was killed by someone who saw her as an obstacle rather than as the mother of his children. The case brought attention to the dangers women face during divorce and custody proceedings, particularly when dealing with controlling partners. Jennifer had expressed fears for her safety in court documents related to the divorce, but those concerns hadn't been enough to protect her. Her disappearance and presumed death highlighted the need for better protective measures for people going through high-conflict divorces. Fotis Dullos' death by his own hand denied Jennifer's family the opportunity to see him held accountable in court. They never got to hear the full evidence presented at trial or see him convicted and sentenced. His suicide was a final act of control that deprived them of justice and answers. The case remains officially unsolved in terms of locating Jennifer's remains, though investigators are confident they know what happened and who was responsible. Jennifer's family continues to search for her remains and hopes that someday they will be able to bring her home and give her a proper burial. They have established a foundation in her name to support victims of domestic violence and to help ensure that other families don't suffer the same tragedy. Jennifer's story serves as a heartbreaking reminder that the most dangerous time for women in abusive relationships is often when they try to leave. I'm going to tell you a story, a quiet story, about a family that looked perfect from the outside. A story about trust, control, and a death that was made to look like an accident. Take a moment and settle in. In a quiet neighborhood in Pleasant Grove, Utah, there lived a woman named Michelle McNeil. She was a mother of 8 children, a devoted wife, and by most accounts, a kind and gentle person. Her husband, Martin McNeil, appeared successful. He was a doctor and a lawyer, respected, well-spoken, confident. To the outside world, they were a stable, accomplished family. But inside their home, things were very different. In December of 2008, Michelle was recovering from a cosmetic surgery, a facelift. It wasn't something she truly wanted, but Martin had insisted. He told her it would help her feel better, look better, be happier. Michelle trusted him. After all, he was a doctor, and he was her husband. During her recovery, Martin took control. He managed her medications. He decided what she took. And when she took it, Michelle was weak, in pain, and heavily medicated. On the morning of April 11th, 2007, Martin called 911. His voice was calm, controlled. He told the operator he had found his wife unresponsive in the bathtub. When paramedics arrived, Michelle McNeil was already dead. She lay in the tub, water still around her. Martin told police that she must have collapsed while bathing. That was a tragic accident, possibly related to her surgery. At first, authorities believed him. The case was closed, but Michelle's daughters were uneasy. Something didn't feel right. Their parents' marriage had been strained for years. They had seen their father behave strangely, cold, secretive, and then something disturbing happened. Just 2 weeks after Michelle's death, a woman moved into the family home. Her name was Gypsy Willis. Martin introduced her as the nanny, but the daughters knew better. They soon discovered the truth. Gypsy was not a nanny. She was Martin's mistress, and the affair had been going on for years. The timing made no sense. Their mother had barely been buried, and another woman was already living in her place. That was the moment the daughters began asking questions. They looked into Michelle's surgery, the medications, the recovery. They learned that the drugs Michelle had been given should never have been taken together. The combination was dangerous, potentially fatal. Those medications could cause someone to lose consciousness, slow their breathing, leave them helpless. And Martin had controlled every dose. The daughters went to police. They said they believed their father had overdosed their mother. that once she was unconscious. He drowned her in the bathtub. At first, investigators hesitated, but the daughters didn't stop. They kept pushing. Medical experts reviewed the evidence again. They found that the medications in Michelle's system were not taken gradually. They had been given all at once. That detail changed everything. Investigators also uncovered something else. Martin McNeil had lied for years about his credentials, about his past, about who he really was. Witnesses came forward. They spoke of manipulation, control, and disturbing comments Martin had made about wanting freedom. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested. He was charged with murder. Prosecutors said he forced Michelle into surgery, over-medicated her, and when she lost consciousness, he staged her death to look like an accident. At trial, Michelle's daughters testified. They spoke calmly, but firmly. They described their mother's fear, her weakness, and their father's behavior after her death. Medical experts explained the drugs, the dosage, and why it could not have been accidental. The defense claimed it was a tragic mistake. The jury did not believe them. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Justice came slowly, but it came. Michelle McNeil was a mother, a caregiver, a woman who trusted the wrong person. Her daughters refused to let her death be forgotten. Their persistence brought the truth into the light. Without them, the case would have stayed closed forever. Martin McNeil died in prison in 2017, but Michelle's story remains. A reminder that not all dangers are strangers, that control can hide behind care, and that quiet determination can uncover even the most carefully hidden crimes. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who laughed in front of children, entertained them with balloons and magic tricks, and yet kept a horrifying secret hidden beneath the walls of his own home. A man who lived a seemingly ordinary life in a quiet Chicago suburb, while committing crimes that would terrorize an entire city and horrify the world. This is the story of John Wayne Gacy. Born in 1942 in Chicago, Gacy grew up in a home that was anything but nurturing. His father was abusive, often angry, and Gacy later described the environment as controlling and terrifying. As a child, he developed a complex relationship with authority and a deep-seated need to maintain appearances. Early on, he learned to present a facade to the world, polite, charming, obedient. But underneath, a dark obsession began to form, a fascination with power, with control, and ultimately, with domination over the lives of others. By the 1960s, Gacy was an adult, married, and attempting to build a life that looked conventional. He ran small businesses, worked in politics, and became known as a community volunteer. People who met him described him as charismatic, affable, and trustworthy. He was generous to neighbors, organized events for local children, and even dressed as Pogo the Clown for parties and charity events. His public persona was impeccable, carefully curated to hide the turmoil and urges that lay beneath. But the calm suburban life was deceptive. Behind closed doors, Gacy began luring young men and boys into his home under the pretense of work, friendship, or mentorship. Once inside, he would overpower them, often using restraints to bind their wrists and ankles, manipulating them in ways that were horrifying and meticulously planned. These early offenses were carefully concealed, sometimes for years, because Gacy knew exactly how to maintain the appearance of innocence. His neighbors and colleagues had no reason to suspect a man who handed out candy at parades or posed with children in clown makeup could be capable of such crimes. By the early 1970s, the pattern escalated. Gacy began targeting teenage boys and young men he met at construction sites, bus stops, or social gatherings. He promised them work, money, or simply friendship. Once in his home, he would restrain them, assault them, and ultimately murder them. The killings were often methodical. Gacy had a system. He used handcuffs, rope, and occasionally chemical restraints to immobilize his victims. Many of the bodies were buried in the crawl space and basement of his own house, hidden beneath layers of concrete and flooring. Some he disposed of elsewhere, but the majority never left the property. despite the horrors he committed, Gacy maintained a life of careful balance. He entertained children in the neighborhood as Pogo the Clown, volunteered for local politicians, and attended community events. To the outside world, he was the perfect neighbor, the model citizen. No one suspected that under the foundation of his home, beneath the polished floors and carefully maintained lawns, dozens of young men were missing. Gacy's ability to manipulate extended beyond his victims. When questioned about disappearances, he presented alibis, misled investigators, and deflected suspicion onto others. He cultivated a sense of trust, often leveraging his community connections to avoid scrutiny. In many ways, his public persona acted as camouflage, allowing him to continue his crimes for years without interference. The pattern began to unravel in December of 1978. One of Gacy's employees, a young man named Robert Piest, disappeared after leaving work to meet him. Piest's disappearance triggered an investigation that finally pierced the careful layers Gacy had built around himself. Police began examining his home, questioning neighbors, and piecing together the timeline of his movements and associations. The facade that had protected him for years was starting to crumble. When authorities entered Gacy's house, the full scale of his crimes was revealed. The basement and crawl space contained evidence of the murders he had carefully concealed. Bodies were found stacked and buried, some wrapped, some in plain sight beneath the flooring. The discovery shocked the nation. It was one thing to suspect an individual of serial killings. It was another to confront the reality of dozens of lives taken, methodically hidden, and systematically controlled within the walls of a single home. Gacy was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder. During the trial, his calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the horror of the crimes. He spoke politely, attempted to rationalize some behaviors, and even tried to negotiate with the court. The evidence, however, was overwhelming. Forensic analysis, victim testimony, and the meticulous records of disappearances and interactions left no doubt about his guilt. In 1980, Gacy was convicted of 33 murders, though investigators later speculated he may have claimed more victims. He was sentenced to death and spent the next 14 years on death row before being executed by lethal injection in 1994. His crimes left a permanent scar on the Chicago community, the families of the victims, and the national consciousness. The John Wayne Gacy case is remembered not only for its brutality, but for the terrifying juxtaposition of normalcy and horror. The man who entertained children as a clown, volunteered in politics, and maintained an impeccable suburban facade was the same man who lured, assaulted, and killed dozens of young men. It is a reminder that evil can hide behind the most ordinary of appearances, and that careful, methodical planning can make monsters nearly invisible to the world around them. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession disguised as love, about a relationship that burned intensely, collapsed violently, and ended in one of the most disturbing murders ever presented in a courtroom. This is a story where nearly every answer came from the killer herself, and each version made the truth darker. In the mid-2000s, Travis Alexander lived in Mesa, Arizona. He was charismatic, well-spoken, deeply religious, and socially successful. Friends described him as confident and ambitious, someone who enjoyed attention and had no trouble attracting people. In 2006, he met Jodi Arias at a work conference. The connection was immediate and intense. Jodi became deeply attached very quickly. She moved closer to Travis, changed her appearance, adopted his interests, and began reshaping her identity around him. Their relationship was volatile from the beginning. Passionate, on again, off again, emotionally charged, and unstable. Travis tried to distance himself, but Jodi resisted every attempt at separation. Friends noticed the imbalance. Jodi monitored Travis constantly. She appeared uninvited. She left messages. She followed him. What Travis viewed as a relationship that had ended, Jodi viewed as something she still owned. On June 4th, 2008, Travis Alexander was found dead in a shower. He had been stabbed 27 times. His throat had been slashed from ear to ear. He had also been shot in the head. The scene was brutal, intimate, and deeply personal. There were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a robbery. Nothing suggested a random attack. Investigators immediately suspected someone Travis knew. As police searched the house, they found a digital camera damaged, but intact enough to recover images. What they discovered would become central to the case. The camera contained photos taken on the day of the murder. Intimate photos, casual photos, and then a sequence showing Travis injured and bleeding moments before his death. The final images captured Travis collapsing. The timestamp placed the murder squarely in the afternoon. Investigators followed the digital trail. Phone records, emails, travel records. All signs pointed toward Jodi Arias. She initially denied being in Arizona at the time. She claimed she had not seen Travis in months. That lie fell apart quickly. Jodi changed her story. She admitted being at Travis's house, but claimed 2 intruders attacked them. That story collapsed under evidence. Then she claimed the killing was an act of self-defense. Each version contradicted the last. Each explanation raised more questions. Forensic evidence told a clearer story. Blood patterns showed Travis was attacked while vulnerable. Defensive wounds indicated he tried to escape. The number of injuries showed sustained aggression, not panic. The gunshot wound came last, suggesting a final, deliberate act. The trial began in 2013 and became a media spectacle. Jodi Arias took the stand in her own defense. For 18 days, she testified in graphic detail. She spoke calmly. She cried selectively. She described herself as a victim of abuse. She tried to portray Travis as controlling and violent. Prosecutors dismantled her testimony piece by piece. They presented evidence of stalking behavior. They showed how Jodi slashed Travis's tires weeks before the murder. They demonstrated how she accessed his accounts, followed his movements, and refused to accept rejection. They showed the jury how she had planned the trip, rented a car, purchased a weapon, and attempted to erase her trail. The camera images were unavoidable. The jury saw the progression from intimacy to violence. They saw Travis alive, then injured, then dying. There was no reasonable explanation for those images that aligned with self-defense. In May 2013, Jodi Arias was found guilty of first-degree murder. The sentencing phase took years. Prosecutors sought the death penalty. The jury could not agree. Eventually, Jodi Arias was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She remains incarcerated today. Travis Alexander was remembered as a man who trusted the wrong person, a man whose kindness and openness were used against him. His death was not the result of sudden rage, but of long-term obsession and entitlement. The Jodi Arias case is remembered not only for its brutality, but for its transparency. Rarely does a murder come with a visual timeline. Rarely does a killer speak so freely, so often, and so contradictorily. It is a story about obsession turning lethal, about rejection becoming unbearable, and about how the most dangerous relationships are sometimes the ones that appear passionate rather than violent. When someone refuses to let go, refuses to accept no, and refuses to release control, the outcome can be catastrophic. This case stands as a reminder that intimacy does not equal safety. That obsession is not love, and that sometimes the truth is captured not through confession, but through the silent evidence left behind. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared gentle, intelligent, and deeply in love, and about a woman who believed she had found safety after a difficult past. This is a story about a disappearance that looked like a tragic accident, about a crime scene that seemed too quiet, and about how a carefully constructed lie held together for years before finally collapsing. This is the true story of Peterson, California, and the murder of Laci Peterson. In the early 2000s, Modesto, California was a place where nothing much happened. It was suburban, orderly, and slow-moving, a city where neighbors recognized each other's routines and mornings felt predictable. Laci Peterson lived there with her husband Scott in a modest home near a park. She was 27 years old, 8 months pregnant, and looking forward to becoming a mother. Friends described her as warm, thoughtful, and optimistic, someone who enjoyed small rituals like walking the dog and decorating for holidays. Scott Peterson, her husband, worked as a fertilizer salesman. He was articulate, composed, and appeared supportive. To outsiders, the couple seemed stable, if a little distant. What no one could see was that Scott had been living a separate emotional life, one filled with secrets, lies, and quiet detachment. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Scott reported Lacey missing. He told police that she had planned to walk the dog while he went fishing at the Berkeley Marina. When he returned home, she was gone. The dog was found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still attached. Lacey's purse, keys, and car were still at the house. She had never mentioned leaving town. She had been excited about Christmas Eve dinner with family later that day. At first, the case was treated as a missing person investigation. Volunteers searched parks, waterways, and neighborhoods. Flyers went up. Candlelight vigils were held. Lacey's smiling face appeared on television screens across the country. Scott participated in searches and interviews, speaking calmly, sometimes too calmly, about his missing wife. But as days passed, something about Scott's behavior began to trouble investigators. He appeared detached. He avoided emotional language. He seemed more concerned with logistics than with fear or urgency. While this alone proved nothing, inconsistencies in his story slowly emerged. His fishing trip, initially described casually, became more detailed under scrutiny. Receipts, boat registrations, and marina logs showed he had traveled nearly 90 miles to fish alone on Christmas Eve, something friends said he rarely did. Then police discovered Scott was having an affair. Months before Lacey disappeared, Scott had begun a relationship with a woman named Amber Fry. He had told her he was a widower and that this would be his first holiday season without his wife. He told her this in early December, weeks before Lacey vanished. After Lacey went missing, Amber came forward, realizing she had unknowingly been involved with a man at the center of a national search. Police began recording Scott's phone calls with Amber. In those calls, Scott spoke to her from candlelight vigils held for his missing wife, pretending he was in Paris or Brussels on business. His tone never changed. His lies flowed effortlessly. As the investigation deepened, attention turned to the Berkeley Marina. The same body of water where Scott claimed to be fishing was searched extensively. Nothing was found at first. Months passed. Public opinion shifted. Some believed Scott was unfairly targeted. Others believed his calmness hid something darker. In April 2003, nearly 4 months after Lacey disappeared, the water gave up its secret. The remains of a male fetus washed ashore in the San Francisco Bay. The next day, the decomposed body of a woman was found nearby. Dental records confirmed what many feared. It was Lacey Peterson. Her unborn son, whom she had planned to name Connor, had been forcibly separated from her body by natural decomposition. The location was devastatingly precise. The body surfaced near the same marina Scott had visited. Prosecutors argued that Scott had murdered Lacey at home, possibly strangling her, then weighted her body with homemade anchors and dumped her into the bay. They presented evidence showing Scott had researched tidal movements and water depths. He had purchased materials consistent with anchor construction. Only one anchor was ever recovered. Prosecutors suggested the others remained in the bay, still holding their secret. Scott maintained his innocence. His defense claimed Lacey had been abducted by burglars in the neighborhood. They argued there was no direct evidence tying Scott to the murder scene. No witnesses, no blood, no confession. The trial became a media spectacle. Every gesture Scott made was analyzed. Every facial expression scrutinized. Jurors listened to weeks of testimony about lies, affairs, purchases, and movements. What stood out was not a single piece of evidence, but the totality of it. The story Scott told did not match the reality investigators uncovered. In 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for their unborn son. He was sentenced to death, later reduced to life without parole. The case remains one of the most debated true crime stories in modern American history. Some continue to question the verdict. Others see it as a clear example of a man who believed his intelligence and composure could protect him from consequence. What makes the story unsettling is not just the crime itself, but how quietly it fit into everyday life. There were no warning signs that screamed danger. There was no dramatic breakdown, just a gradual erosion of truth hidden behind calm words and polite smiles. Lacey Peterson trusted the man she married. She trusted the life they built. And in the end, that trust was used against her. Her story remains a reminder that violence does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it moves softly, wrapped in routine, and only reveals itself when it is far too late.